I'll start pretty early because I, I started in the theater, but before that, I went to San Francisco after I was in the theater because of this Vietnam War and all the other crap that was going on with people hurting people and people hurting the land and our fellow relatives everywhere. So I quit the theater. I left. Went in the summer of love, '67, to San Francisco. Still played with some of my friends like Michael McClure there, Allen Ginsberg, Gregory Corso, all that bunch. We were called beatniks in those days. That was before the hippies, okay? But in 1969, I found myself sitting in front of a bunch of people in Woodstock, so-called, Bethel, New York, the great, you all know about that. And I'm listening to the people sitting next to me, and they said, you know, traffic is blocked on the thruway. Nobody can get through here. The cops can't move anything. They can't even get in here. And another was saying, yeah, and if they came in, what could they do? We've got 400,000 people here. And there was a silence while they took that in. And then somebody said, for the first time in my life, I feel like I'm free. And the world expected we were going to kill each other in there, rip each other off, tear it all. There was going to be mayhem. And we had 3 days of peace and love. I was there working with the ODs and the paranoids in the comm tent. And my buddy Wavy Gravy was there with the hog farm making granola. And he stood up there and said, all right, what we propose is breakfast in bed for 400,000.
Oh, yeah.
And that was the background there. But in my theater, I had two friends who had another theater group besides mine. Julian Beck and Judith Melina. The Living Theater, the most radical theater that America has ever had. And we were good friends. I had my own group. I sent them actors, they sent me actors. But one thing I did was I took their little boy, Gary, to a kindergarten because I was a kindergarten teacher. So at 4 years old, I had little Garrick Beck by the hand. And when I got into my own commune in San Francisco, I got a little letter signed Garrick and Karen Beck, inviting us all to a huge gathering. There was nothing to pay, no big stars, no commercialism, just us, Rocky Mountains. And I said, little Garrick Beck, oh my God, I got to go. And I got together a whole bus full of people. We all went. We found that there was about 3,000 people there already in the parking lot, couldn't go in because they had put up a blockade. They didn't want us to go in. Governor Love put out an edict that anybody found hitchhiking should be popped and put away. We had somebody come in with a backpack and a big letter sign on his back saying, I am positively not soliciting a ride to Granby, Colorado. Well, while we were passing a huge staff, you can't hear? Okay, sorry. When we were passing a big staff, Barry and Garrick were in court trying to work on the injunction to let us get in there. But what's his name, the guy that owned the place?
Paul Geisendorfer's family.
Paul Geisendorfer. Okay, Paul got up and he grabbed the thing. He said, well, our brothers and sisters are in there already. They're building the kitchens, setting up the storehouse and everything else. They're waiting for us all. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm going in. And he turned and he walked towards the barricade, and 3,000 people followed him.
Yes. True.
Yeah.
That, what are you going to do? 3,000 people are coming at you. Off we went down the road that rode around Lake Granby, 8 miles, and then a steep climb straight up and up with our backpacks and carrying in everything else that we carried in. A little tea place on the way up to rest with. And when we got to the top, oh, where is it? Oh, Strawberry Lake. I wanted where there was a banner put over the entrance at the very top. And it said, "Welcome home."
Welcome home.
Welcome home. We're home. Oh my God. That night, it rained.
Now that was some rain.
You probably know there was a prophecy, several prophecies. Among them, there was a prophecy that the fifth world, the Hopi said we had 4 worlds, and we're going to come to the 5th one someday. The prophecy showed that we would enter that 5th world. And some of the prophecies said that when the tribes came together, a white buffalo would appear and be the signal for the start of this new world. And we got together, and that night it rained, and when we came out of our tents and looked up at this big white patch of snow on the mountain, the rain had carved it into a perfect profile of a buffalo. And that's what we did. Whoa!
Whoa.
And I sat up there at the first council, and the first person that proposed a rule for rainbow was a little kid about 10 years old who grabbed the stick and he said, "There's too much smoke. Little kids are getting smoke in their eyes. You're going to stop all this." So we took the thing and we said, "Thank you very much. No more personal fires. No personal fires at the rainbow.
Oh.
Just community fires. We're sharing our fire."
Oh.
So after that, we had some discussion about where we should go on the 4th of July for Independence Day, peace, meditation and all that. And it was a long discussion, and I put in my oar, finally, of course, as I always do. And after I had an extended speech about staying together and all that, here comes Garrick running up to me saying, "Who are you? That was great. I want to know you. Tell me who you are." I said, "Well, Garrick, I used to take you to kindergarten when you were 4 years old."
Yeah.
So it finally decided that some people would stay, and on the 4th, the night before, we started a pilgrimage in the evening down and walk all the way to Table Mountain, flat top mountain sacred to the Arapaho, and we would see our 4th of July through on that mountain in silence. The silence would stay in the camp too. Some people just didn't want to be left in the camp. But we're together anyway. Beautiful march. Wish you'd been there. Just the lights going through the woods like this all the way. I must have been 5, 6, 7, 8 miles, I don't know, to Table Mountain, and we all gathered together. And again, I'd like to take you there that moment in the dark. We're there, and we go out, and we all stand on the edge watching the east as the light comes. And then the sun comes up on us all. The dawn of a new day, a new world. And that's us.
Oh.
We're from everywhere.
Oh.
All over the world.
Mm.
All of the races, all the religions,
Yeah.
old and young. Whoever we are.
Oh.
And we stayed there all day. Broiling sun. Naked, of course, mostly because we were, who would want to have a cover to the sun at that point. One little old guy in the center with us, naked in a wheelchair, or kind of shriveled up little gray beard. and I met him there for the first time. His name was Ken Kais Jr.
Oh.
And he wrote a little manual about living love. And he started the Living Love Center in Berkeley. And I was learning from him for a long time about unconditional love. If you've heard unconditional love, that was his word to begin with. He was a man that had become paralyzed when he was a young man. And somehow or other, he'd gone through enough to be the highest being that I'd ever met. As he just looked at me from that wheelchair and just shined on everybody. I said, well, this is enough. We got out. We got it here. When we came down from the mountain there, all fasting all day and all hot and dry and I have to back up and tell you, we had our problems in the town of Granby. We had those of us, our children, our brothers and sisters who, difficult times, and you get them into a commercial situation, they're likely to take home things that they hadn't paid for. And so there were some problems that we go down and bail out some of our brothers and say, hey, let's be good to our neighbors. And they appreciated that a lot, that we came and tried to help each other out and paid back for everything that was taken and so forth. And so when we came down off the mountain, there was a huge pyramid of fruit donated by the town of Granby for us. That was lovely. I was telling stories in every camp at that time and got to know a whole lot of folks. And as we left, these original inspirators, Barry and Garrick and those rainbow folks from Oregon and Montana, they had envisioned a great gathering and a symbol and whatever, but there was no thought of our staying together or going on. Some people thought, yeah, let's go stay together, but that didn't happen. We didn't have a place to stay. So everybody went living, thinking, this ain't the end. This is the beginning. How's it gonna go? And, what happened next was one group of our people, and Barry's the one to tell this story, he'll fill this in much better later, but one group of our people from Oregon, the Christ Brotherhood, had decided that Paradise Lake was a good place to go in Wyoming, which has a state flag that was white buffalo on a blue background, without much consideration for the folks who lived there on the Arapaho-Shoshone Reservation. So Barry was smart enough to realize he better get in touch with the elders out there and the people themselves and say, is this okay? A bunch of hippies going, are you kidding? Forget it, on our land? So Barry ran down there to work with the sheriff and the rangers and so forth, saying, there's a bunch of hippies gonna fall in here no matter what we do. If you don't want them clogging the streets of Lander, you better find a place to stash them. So they went off together and they found that place, and we had a great gathering. I won't go on with too much about that. Highlights of that gathering, we had about 3,000 people come. I convinced my good friend Maritza, the Queen of Haight-Ashbury, to drive me there. And we arrived, and it was a beautiful thing. Highlights for me were living in a teepee for the first time and singing about that song about I will never forget you. Listen, listen, listen to my heart song. You know that one? We sang it for half an hour, and everybody, tears running down our faces. That was an important thing. And then they had brought in a piano. I don't know how they get it in, but we had jamming around the piano all the time. I'm a piano player too. And at the end, we gave it to the Rangers. So that was that. But what I wanted to say was, we still hadn't figured out about an ongoing, continuous rainbow thing. We sort of accidentally fell in there. And as we all left without any plan, somebody, still to this day, unacknowledged and unknown, put up a little sign that we all saw going out saying, next year, Virgin River, Utah. And we all said, oh, Virgin River, okay, all right. That was wild. Well, I stayed for the cleanup there with a bunch of wonderful people. And Barry and Sonny had found an old school bus in a ghost town of Atlantic City, Wyoming. And they bought that for a rainbow trip. Said, gave it to us. Who wants to go? So we got a bunch of people together. We christened it the Rainbow Rider. Gypsy, an artist, she painted one side with her stuff, and I painted the other side. And off we went to my commune in California, where I emptied my cabin out with the sink and the refrigerator and everything. We built a beautiful living thing. And we started off, and every place we go, there were hippies out on the road like this, and we'd stop and swing the door open, and they come running on, and whoa, look at this. Up we went to Arcata to Teaser's place, and finally winding up in Eugene, where we were at Saturday market all the time. And Gypsy and I doing quick portraits for people and selling stuff that we made and everything. We went around the whole year with this bus. And I heard from Garrick, called me up and said, hey, there's a big World Expo going on in Spokane, and all the hippies in the world are going to come gravitating into this World Expo. I've got to propose that we offer to take care of them. So he said, are you free? I was loose on the road, so okay, I'll go up. I went up and pulled together rainbows there, and we got together with the town and had them give us a town park alongside the Spokane River. And all the hippies came in and camped there. We kept them off the streets there pretty much and took care of them and everything else. That was really nice. But we got to thinking, what's this about Virgin River, Utah? Time is coming. Nobody knew. So we jumped into our vehicles and went down to Utah. And we found that the Virgin River goes through Zion National Park. Well, that was enough for Chuck. Oh, Zion, I'm going back to Zion, yeah. Problem is, Zion National Park requires an entrance fee. Low, but a fee, not for us. We don't pay for this stuff, so Chuck stayed. He paid the fee and stayed all by himself, his own rainbow gathering. And the rest of us, we got a hold of a ranger, and we got a hold of a place around a reservoir up in the hills there in Dixie National Forest. And it was really hot. And so, our people were loving to jump into the reservoir and out and cool off and everything else. We had a great circle going. And the rangers and the police came up and said, got to close this gathering. We said, what? We can't do what? Close the gathering? What's going on? Well, somebody has come down with hepatitis that they got out of the water or something, and now they're not going to let anybody near any of the water supply. You can't be in this reservoir. I said, wow, okay, I can see that, but what if we agree not to go into that water and just stay here by ourselves and not pollute anybody? And the sheriff looked at me and said, you could do that? I said, I don't know. We don't have a chief, but I'm going to go over and find out for you, all right? Let me see what I can do. And I went, I got everybody together. I said, look, here's the situation. We can't stay here. We cannot have this here unless somehow we can all agree not to go in to that lovely reservoir with the lovely cool water in this hot sun. Can we do that? And everybody said, yeah, we can do that. Okay. I said, you sure? And any dissent? No? Okay. I went back. I said, they said they can do that. He said, well, okay, let's watch that. And we did. Nobody went into that. We had somebody keeping a check on it, but nobody even tried. On the 4th of July, hottest day of the year, we're all melting away there. Up comes the sheriff with a huge water truck, and he sprays everybody together. So then we had a nice peyote meeting after that, and then we had the first Vision Council. We didn't want to leave it up to signs on the tree anymore. And we said, okay, who wants us to come where? Some people from Arkansas said, well, we got this river called the Buffalo River. It's a national river. And we got this river called the White River. It joins in there. So we get the White Buffalo. We think it should come to Arkansas. So the next year, we had decided that. Me and Emmy, I just connected with Emmy, that we went scouting. That was my first and only experience of being a scout. We scouted a lot of Arkansas, came up with some good, I thought, propositions. But then we had to run back for other obligations, and it went to a totally different place. But it was wonderful. It was an island in the Buffalo River.
Oh.
And that was lovely. It wasn't very big, of course. We couldn't have gotten thousands onto that island. I don't know how many we got there. But it was beautiful. And the thing about it is that being a national river, there were tourists coming down the river in canoes and, and here we are running around naked out there. So we devised a little system. Somebody was always on the upstream end watching for people coming in. They see somebody coming around the bend, they'd holler, Babylon! Babylon! And everybody would either jump into the water or throw some clothes on or get behind the bushes or something. So the tourists would come along, see all the people. It was nice. So Babylon did it. We had some people popped for being naked. And they were in the jail at the local town. So after the gathering was over, we all marched into the town. We surrounded the jail and we owned at them. And then we fed everybody stuff that we had made up. We had a whole free feast for everybody. About that time, Barry said, I think it's time for us to come to my home state. And so in 1976, we moved on to Barry's land in Montana. And Emmy and I had just had our first baby. And so Emmy was home with the baby. We didn't think she wasn't ready for travel and it was difficult. And I had the car, was out there. And everybody said, where's Emmy and the baby? I said, well, we couldn't afford it. We couldn't get it, so forth. Well, they passed a hat. And they handed me a fistful of money, said, go get a ticket, fly him here. So I jumped into a car and off to the airport. Before I got out of the gathering, just got down the road, another car came this way. And I said, stop the car! And both cars stopped. And Emmy and the baby were in that car because they passed the hat where she was in Florida and sent her there. So my son, Tokeem, came to his first gathering at 1 month old and has been with us ever since. I was hoping I could introduce you to him here. I don't know what tied him up, something. He was supposed to be here. He's 40 years old now with 2 great kids. I wished I hope I can get my 12-year-old grandson here wondering, boy, if I got to a rainbow gathering when I was 12, what would that be like? I want to blow his mind. But anyway, the next gathering after that we went to was in New Mexico along the Gila River. One of the fond memories I had of that one was the way to get grapefruit down the river. Just pop them in and we have endless grapefruit coming down the river and popping them in at the other side. And as Feather told you, that's when we had Grandfather David, whom I'd known for a long time. I was amazed that they could get him here, and amazed that he had what he had in him to give every day. We also had an incident there that I think is a good rainbow incident to remember. Somebody was crazy enough to be chucking stones at people from up on a cliff or something. So they dragged him down and brought him to the Cooperation's teepee, where Garrick and Barry and me and others were. So what are we going to do with this guy? I said, well, let's sit with him, you know. And then a whole bunch of people came and said, we're going to heal him. I said, oh, okay. They dragged him out into the mass of people. Everybody laid their hands on him, and they owned and they prayed. And I said, uh-huh. And they let him up, and he was crazier than ever. So we put him in with Chanti Sina. And he said, okay, he stays here for the rest of the gathering, have fun. Okay, put him down. Every now and then he'd go up and say, well, I think I'm all right now, I'm going down there. I said, no, sit down. He stayed the whole gathering. Emmy and I went off and came off and met up with the Rainbow people again in Santa Fe, was it? I think. Yeah. And the Christ Brotherhood had gotten together a place to feed people for free in Santa Fe. And so we went to that. I think that was a good idea. And up comes this crazy guy with like a halo all around him like this. He'd been with the Christ Brotherhood and he was saved. And he was all peace and light. And he fed us and it was beautiful. So it was another rainbow healing went on. We went back to Oregon, had a beautiful gathering there. That's when I brought my friend Sun Bear, the Chippewa, in to check it out. Hungry Wolf came, and Papa San Eastman from the Lakota came and did a pipe ceremony with us all. Penny just filled that story in for me. Maybe she can tell you later. That was a good one. But I remembered, carrying my little son, now 3 years old, around and feeling like the blessing of this new world we had, and all the kids. And in New Mexico, we had a new kid place, which was created and organized by Wavy Gravy. He called it Kitty City.
Kitty City.
And he did it again in Oregon. And then one of the things that was happening there was I was watching this movie go on at a big circle. There was a squabble because somebody wasn't sharing his acid or something, and they were all jumping on his case and getting a big bowl for him to pour his stuff into and share with everybody. And just at that point, somebody whispered in my ear, "Ram Dass is at the gate asking for you." I said, "Tell him it's safe. Guide him on in." So about a minute, he came up. He says, "Well, you asked me to come for years, and I didn't think it would be safe until now." I said, "Okay." I said, "Yeah." He said, "What's going on here?" And people were lapping the bowl. Anyway, he got a place there of his own, and he did service. Wavy also was helping out in the hog farm, did granola there. And that was when we had our first deaths in the Rainbow Gathering. A couple of people tumbled to their death. And that was a very powerful thing for Ram Dass, because it was the first time he had a death in his hands, looking at it, so forth and so on. So we had very spiritual coming together around these two brothers that I won't say there was drugs involved. I won't say it was accidental. I won't say anything about it because I don't really know. Nobody knew at the end, and let it be at peace. they're watching us now. Next year, for 78, 79, we went on to Arizona, and a lot of interesting stories about Arizona. One of them that I love, we had a lighter, what do you call it, a balloon that you could ride in, and people were taking rides up to look at the gathering from up on high. Rainbow balloon, and that's when I helped to take over the kiddie scene because Wavy wasn't there anymore, and I said, let's change the name from Kiddie City to Kid Village because I want to get the kids out of the city. And I put that together with Swami Mommy, and we had been working with kids for a long time, our own kids and our community, so I had definite ideas about how we should respect the children and listen to them and play with them and, give them their power and their honor. As you remember, Jesus brought a little one out for everybody, a little child among them. And he said, unless you become like one of these, you will not enter the kingdom of heaven. That's something to remember. We've got to become like one of these, with all their innocence and all their power, and support them and listen to them and be able to play with them as one of them, for we're going to be fully back in the kingdom of heaven.
Oh.
So Ram Dass came again, and everybody was going to go silent and go up to a meadow above for the silent meditation. And I went and jumped on a stump, so that because people were talking as they were coming and were going. And everybody shut up as they came through and saw me. Ram Dass came up and he saw me do that. He jumped on a stump on the other side and he went. So everybody come up through a couple of gargoyles there going. Yeah. After that, we had our community together in New Hampshire. We brought it together under a poster that said, "Have you lost your tribe? Come together. Let's make a new tribe." Inspired by the rainbow, of course. And we had about 50 people get together, and I made a banner that said, "In us we trust." That was the symbol for that gathering there. And 50 people fell in love with each other. And we decided to hang in there and build a community. And we bought a bus. And the place where we were at was called Another Place. So we called the bus Another Trip. And we went to the Rainbow Gathering of 1980 in West Virginia with all our community, my little kids. And we did Kid Village and showed them what we really figured out about how adults should get along and treat kids and honor them. And, they're the sacred ones. And I think we really had a big effect there. That was also the gathering in which the good doctor, who am I thinking of?
Patch Adams.
Patch Adams, thank you very much. That's what happens. You get old, you get complete blocks. Patch came, and he did some wonderful circles with people and told them about diseases and stuff and made a lot of jokes, and we got really tight with Patch, and that connection with him and his work stayed on, still exists. I still hear from him every now and then.
1983, Michigan.
No, that's what I thought, Michigan. He's right. 83 was Michigan. Got some interesting stories about that, but I'm going to pass it by. I don't think I'll carry on with individual stuff too much. Every gathering had a really interesting specialty about it, something new happening. I was taking my kids to all of them, and they grew up in it, and they are such fine men now. I wish I'd love to be able to share them and my little grandchildren with you. We went to the gathering in '84 in California, and I had like 25,000 people there. The most we had since the first one, in which a lot of people came because they thought it was going to be a rock concert and left. But I went to about 17 in a row. By the time the end was coming, I was the only one who had been to all of them. But even I, because we have to, plant our own gardens and take care of the community and stuff. 91 was here in Vermont. I went. 92 I went. It was the 20th anniversary back in Colorado. And that was really strong, and I stopped going regularly at that point. I went back again in '97 to Oregon with my growing teenage son, and I went to another gathering somewhere early in the 2000s. I went to a European. We're all over Europe every year. There's a European gathering. In '88, I went to the European gathering, which was above the Arctic Circle in Norway, a little Norwegian island. You have to take a ferry there. And a small island had a small group of alternative people living there, happy to welcome us. They all lived on the southern edge, on the northern shore. Nobody, and we went in and had a rainbow gathering. Nobody ever knew what time it was because the sun just went around like this. So we were eating at weird hours, going to sleep at 5 in the morning, whatever, no concept. Great gathering. Lined with it. And then in 2003, I again took my son Tashin and my wife Elika, and we joined up with George Seaman, he's around here somewhere, who I told you about before, of Organic Valley, and his daughter Cedar Rose, and with Dave, Diamond Dave is around here somewhere, and with Felipe, who is doing Kid Village. And we all went to that big global gathering in the highlands of Bahia of Brazil.
Oh.
And that was, you talk about music. Oh boy, that was one of those great Brazilian musicians. And we rocked, it was great. And the last gathering last national I was at was 2009, because that was the year of my 80th birthday. And I came and celebrated the 80th birthday with all of you.
Yay.
Michael John was a little upset with me because it was his birthday too.
And Carol Ann.
But we shared it. It was okay, and it was lovely. I went back to Europe and had more celebrations of my 80th birthday. And now I'm looking forward to 87 next month. And well, if you all come back and you take it west, I don't think I'm going to be able to follow that far.
Keep it east.
So I got to stay awake another 20 years ago until you come back again.
Oh.
All right?
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. Love you.
Great. All right. Well, I'm Feather, and I've been a volunteer at the gathering since the first one in '72. Thanks. And just a tiny bit of background about, I was born in Glen Burnie, Maryland, and raised in Baltimore. And I always thought when I was a little kid that maybe I'd been adopted or something, because I was not at all like my family. And I had a vision, a real vision, when I was 5 years old, and I need to share this because for the last 63 years, it has guided my life. So I was 5 years old. This was a dream. And I dreamt that I was home with my mom and dad and my brothers, and we just had dinner, and it was kind of, family evening time. And my mom was washing dishes, and my dad was reading the paper, and my brothers were playing a game. Can you hear me okay? Okay, good. I'll slow down a little. Dan, wait a minute, Cottonelle. Oh, it's the wrong one.
Take your time.
Where'd it go?
I don't have it.
The brown one. There it is.
Take your time.
Thanks. Yeah, there's pretty good butter around here.
Where is it? Bring it to 420.
Hey, Roger, she's drinking too much milk. Get her off the milk.
Okay.
Here's a cup.
Whoopsie. So I was born and raised in, you know, on the East Coast here. And I love the woods in Maryland. And I'd be climbing trees all the time. I had a tree that was up over the roof of my house. My parents had a 2-story brick house in Towson, Maryland. And I would climb up the tree up above the roof, and that's where I would hang out and hide out. And it was a place where I felt most in tune with nature. Because I was up with the trees, the sky, I was holding the tree, the earth, and everything around. So this dream that I had, this vision that I had, I'm going back to that. All of a sudden, all of us in my family, we just stopped what we were doing, and without saying anything to each other, and we walked outside into the backyard, and it was just dusk. And I looked over the fence at the neighbors over here, and they were out in the backyard with all their kids, and these folks were out in their backyard. And then the people who lived behind us had this big hedge. I could not see them when they were out in the backyard, but I sensed it, that they were there. And then all of a sudden, this grid just went out of light all over the planet. And I saw the children in Africa and China and all the families everywhere. At that moment, stopped what they were doing and went outside, and every single human on the planet looked up into the sky, and there was this beautiful vision of this being that was all made of quivering, translucent light, and it filled up 3/4 of the sky. The face was just so incredible, with these eyes that just looked clearly, with the arms out, and the eyes looked clearly into every eyes, all the hearts of all the people on the planet at once, at that moment. And we all realized that we were one family on this planet, every single one of us. One universal rainbow family on our planet. And it was so exciting. It was just so exciting to me. And then I woke up, and in the morning, and I remembered this dream, and I was just blown away by it, but it was so sacred, it was so special. I couldn't tell my parents about it because I already knew that they wouldn't really understand, and I had to keep this secret, this sacred thing that happened to me. So I became a hippie as soon as the first opportunity to smoke some pot. I was 13 years old in 1960, which puts all my teenage years and early 20s right there next to D.C. for all the protests, the civil rights, everything that was going on. I got into it. And then I had a beautiful daughter already. I got kicked out of school in 11th grade for being pregnant, because that's what they did back then. Even though my dad had been vice president of the PTA under Spiro T. Agnew the year before. Anyhow, it was a big trauma, but I did just fine. I ran away from home. I had my beautiful daughter, and she is now 51 years old. Wow. She also came to the 1972 Rainbow Gathering, but she was only 6 years old then, and I was 23. So after I got a teaching degree, I've been an art teacher my whole life. I've been a horse wrangler, a wilderness guide, all kinds of stuff like that. But I left the East Coast as soon as I'd done 1 year teaching in the ghetto, and then also out in the country. Ruth, if at any point you can't hear me, wave at me, okay? Thank you. So I taught for a year in Baltimore, and then one of my best girlfriends and I decided we wanted to go west. We wanted to go to California. We wanted to experience it. So I told my parents we were going to camp out for a couple weeks in Pennsylvania, and we did a cross-country trip, 7,000 miles, and saw the West. I'm so excited. And so when I got back, I said, well, that's it. Once we crossed the Rocky Mountains, that was it in my heart. I'm like, this is where I belong. So I went back, got my stuff, and moved. And in 2 weeks, I was at this outrageous hippie commune, Northern California, called Wheeler's Ranch.
Good job.
Ah!
Bill Wheeler.
Yay, a lot of you know about it. But basically, if you've never heard of it, it was a totally wild hippie commune. And just down the road, Lou Gottlieb had opened one. It was about, I think, 40 acres. And he was with the Limelighters, a real successful musician in the Bay Area.
Morning Star.
And, Morning Star. What did I say? Yeah, so it was called Morning Star. And
Wheelers and
he
Morning.
deeded the land to God.
Two different ones.
Yes.
He deeded the land to God. And then Bill Wheeler was buddies with him, and he did the same thing. So Bill had inherited a Christmas tree farm, beautiful piece of land, 350 acres in the woods and 4 miles from the ocean, gorgeous piece of land. And the only rules were no dogs and don't build your house within sight of anybody else's. Period. So it was 24/7 rainbow. We had a front gate. We had people who'd come in with their beer. They'd drink. They'd argue. Da 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 da. In the back of the land, we had the brown ricers, and we had the cowboy mountain men guys all in their leathers over here. And I lived down on the knoll with the trolls, and we were the meat eaters, the only meat eaters. So anyway. It was a wild and wonderful place, and they have some stuff on it on the internet. There's some really good stories about it. So we were sitting around the campfire. I was living there happily with my kid.
In the mic.
Okay, hold on.
Well, take your time. Take your time. It's for the production value. Not
All right, here we go. So it was late spring at Wheeler's Ranch in 1972, real late spring, and we get a invitation that was this booklet. It was like a whole book. It was 144 pages called The Rainbow Oracle. And I still have my original copy. It's down in my rig, though. I didn't bring it up, but I still have it 44 years later, and it's my most treasured thing. If there was a fire, that's the thing I would, moan over the most if I lost it. But it's a beautiful thing. It was so inspiring, and it's full of all this amazing poetry and artwork and companion planning guides and stories and prayers and music and plays. We even had an anti-drug play in it that Barry wrote. So it was just an amazing thing, and we were just blown away. And everybody said, we're going to this gathering. There it is. Here's a copy of it. The Rainbow Oracle.
It's a reprint.
Yeah, the original didn't
Yeah,
have
the original was the size of the insert. Yeah.
Right, a reprint. Mine is so battered that the cover's all dog-eared and stuff like that. I had to tape it together. You have the originals, and you could barely read it because it was done all in rainbow-colored ink. So the yellow is faded off so much that part is almost illegible. And the original plates for the book were printed. It was printed by the same folks who did the Weather Underground. Is that right? And then when they got raided, they also took all our Rainbow Oracle printing plates and never to return them. But anyway, this was an amazing thing, and so many of us were like, wow, we want to go to that. This is great. And we were living like that. And, it was an amazing thing. And so I said, I want to catch a ride. So this guy pulls up. He says, I have room for one person. I'm leaving in an hour. And I said, how about 2 women and a small kid? He goes, you're on. So we ran down, got our packs, I mean, that fast, ran up the hill, jumped in. We're on our way to the rainbow gathering from Wheeler's Ranch, all the way from the Pacific Ocean, heading to Colorado. And we had great tapes, and we had Beatles, and we had Grateful Dead, and we had hash, and we had a great time singing and carrying on, just drove straight through. And then when you got close to Colorado, we stopped at this one little cafe, and we went in there, and the vibes were heavy. And we went and sat down at the counter, and one of the guys says, I think you boys need a haircut. And we went, skip the coffee, we're out of here. And then we stopped in Steamboat Springs and got run out of there by the cops, but we got a nice bath in on the hot springs. And then we get into Granby, Colorado, and find out that there's rainbow people. At this point, there was a ranch just right outside of town where this brother had offered the crew setting up to land and camp right there. And his name was Barry. What was his name?
Paul Geisendorfer.
Yeah, Paul Geisendorfer. So, I've got, hold on you a little bit. Are you still hearing me okay?
Speak in the mic.
So, a little closer. All right. So I was, here I was with my kid and hitchhiked in. All I had was a pair of flip-flops. I had $10, just a few little things in my backpack, and my daughter had a little tiny backpack. I mean, we were like traveling very lightly. But there we were, and there were teepees set up. And we came in and we went, wow, look at this. And there were teepee circle, a council circle, there was kitchens cooking. It was a little mini gathering in the corner of this guy's ranch. And first person I heard speaking at the council was Plunker. And I'm like, whoa, what's he ranting about? This guy's got a lot of energy. And so we had to get in. Right now, the government had noticed we were there. They didn't want us in there, and they were doing everything they could to stop us. Well, some of the crew had already gone in to the site up at Strawberry Lake and had set up a kitchen or two. And then all the roads got closed. The cops were after us with the rifles and stopping us and this whole thing. Whoop. Oh, louder.
Speak in the mic.
So, sorry everybody. I'll pay more attention here. I don't usually use a mic, so I know I can do a better job.
You're doing great.
Yeah. So, we tried to go a couple different times to leave the parking area and get into the gathering site by whatever means we could. And at one point, we were trying to go in. We had several school buses, and I was riding up front, and Barry was leading us on. Somebody else was driving, and he was giving directions. And we ended up in this housing development.
Yeah.
And all these people are peering out their windows at us, and we got two, not just one school bus, two school buses, and a whole posse of LEO cars behind us. So we got escorted back to the parking lot. You stay there. There's no, we're not letting you in. So we tried it again with another bus, and we got as far as the trail, and we were going to head out on the trailhead. We had two buses. This was a different time. We were trying it out. And we get out of the buses, and all the cops are there, and they're all lined up with their guns, shoulder to shoulder, pointing them at us. And I happened to be the first one out of the bus, and we all grabbed our stuff, and we started heading for the trail. And they looked at me, and they said, "Where do you think you're going?" And I said, "We're going to the rainbow gathering." And he said, hold his gun a little bit more tighter, and he goes, "Oh, no, you're not. Get back in those buses and go back where you came from." So we did. It's worse than the situation we have on the road now, you guys. This was a lot worse. So we went back. And then, oh, my gosh, this is in a couple days we're trying to get in there, and we knew there was a gathering happening. And meanwhile, we're trying to, Garrick is trying to deal with the legal part. He'll explain that more. But, so it was about 2 o'clock in the morning. And then here comes the next plot on how to sneak people in. Well, Barry's going around to the campfires and he says, okay, anybody wants to go in now? We're going in. We're going to be hiking in, like 8 miles down the railroad tracks and 10 miles through the national forest, and we'll be there by tomorrow morning, and who wants to go? Well, of course we wanted to go, and someone had given me a little piece of ginseng, and I gave it to my 6-year-old and said, keep this in your cheek, you're going to need it, honey. And we tried to sneak across the road in Granby. It's 2 a.m. without any cars seeing us. We didn't want to alert the cops or anything. And Barry's like, shh, doing this thing, trying to get us across the road. And there are about 30 of us. And right in the middle of the road, a car starts coming when I was in the middle of the road. And I was trying to hurry, and I broke one of my flip-flops, and one of my pack straps broke, and I'm hobbling across there, and now I'm barefoot. And we made it through, and it was nighttime. It was down below freezing. There was frost all on the railroad tracks. And we had 8 miles to travel up those railroad tracks, and if we saw any activity, we had to quick hide under the bushes so we wouldn't get shot at. So I just prayed. I said, Great Spirit, please protect my feet. And Great Spirit did, and I didn't even get a scratch. And I ran down those railroad tracks. A brother helped carry my daughter, piggyback for a while, took her pack, and we all made it about dawn. 8 miles down these railroad tracks. And we get to the border of the national forest, and we get over the fence, and we all sit down, and Garrick's there with a couple of long-legged young guys, and he had the map, and he had the compass, and he had the intention of figuring out how to get in there, and he was going to lead us, and we were all going to go into the gathering site. But he had to get there lickety-split, because then he had to meet with the council and talk about the latest paperwork on getting the injunction lifted so they would quit hassling us. So it was like a beeline to get in there. And none of us had maps or had any idea where we were going. So pretty soon he lost us. And, and my kid was hungry. But we made our way, me and my girlfriend and my daughter, eventually through bogs of mosquitoes and all kinds of stuff. We made our way miraculously to the gathering. I don't know how. And we found this trail, and we start going up it. And then down comes this woman who happens to be from Wheeler's Ranch, my friend Shadow. And she opens her arms, and she goes, welcome home. Let me carry your pack. The kitchen's right up here. Rainbow Kitchen's right up here, and they're serving food round the clock. So we got up there, and Tracy and I were so tired. I mean, this has been a marathon. And there was a beautiful woman cooking pancakes, just flipping pancakes like crazy, and a big mob around her. And long blonde hair and big smile on her face. And I was looking through all the people, and I think, oh, man, if we could just get one pancake, but she can't even see me back here, And then all of a sudden, after standing there a little while, she noticed me, and she just reached through the crowd and handed me a pancake, and I tore it in half, and I shared it with my daughter, and we flopped down our sleeping bags right there, and we were home. Woo! 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 I'm going too long?
No.
What?
From the 60 road.
Oh.
Do you need some water?
Okay, this is in a, yeah.
Speak real loud in the mic.
Yeah, here you go. You read that.
Folks, they blocked our 10 road out here. We're now looking for ninjas. That means people can move to the bush, help bring in supplies. We have to make a run in from the 60 trail to the main circle. So we need ninjas to bring in supplies and helping hands and cool. And, all right? So pass the word. We need ninjas. Go to the supply.
Patrol! And they're stopping supplies from coming in. Bring in the supplies!
The situation is kind of like Colorado 2006. They're stopping our vehicles as far out as they can. They're not letting our supplies come in. We're having to make a run to the 60 road down that way. Back to Feather.
I got bicycles. Who's at the next
Did Gigi escape?
Yeah, he's out. Go ahead, keep firing.
Okay, so yeah, that's a real situation, and right after this, I'm probably going to go down there and see what's going on. So anybody wants to help, we need help.
Go to info.
Follow her.
Let's go to info, or
Yeah.
wait a minute. We'll figure it out. Okay.
Bring carts and
I also
bicycles.
want to find my dog. So here I am at Rainbow Kitchen, and we just decided, you know, my daughter and I, we just worked our way from kitchen to kitchen helping out. And the next one was Faith, and I chopped wood and carried water and cut vegetables. We spent one night there, and then we went further. We made it to Love Kitchen with Love Israel and all the crew there, and that was pretty exciting. And I was flipping pancakes and helping out there. And then someone said, stick your tongue out. And I just didn't even, I mean, it was just kind of a natural response. I didn't think about it or anything. And I was so happy flipping pancakes. But I did stick my tongue out. And then about 20 minutes later, my spatula turned into rubber. And I'm going, oh no! I was having so much fun cooking. But I gave up my spatula to another willing helper and rolled down the trail and got into this hug ball. And I'm glad to see there's lots of them at this gathering too. I got into this hug ball with one of my friends from Wheelers. I mean, there's so many of us there. We were hugging on the trail, and then more and more and more. And pretty soon we had 50 people in a hug ball taking up the entire trail for I don't know how long. And we were singing all along the watchtower and hanging on each other, and then it would thin out and people would go and do stuff, and then we'd all come back in and there'd be a bunch more. It was just the most fun day. So we had, pardon?
He wants to do one now.
No.
Well, yeah, not yet though.
No, we don't even, no.
We'll remember.
Later, Gator.
Let's get through this. Give everybody a chance.
So there were, I don't know, maybe at least 50 kitchens or more at the gathering. And I eventually ended up at Harmony Kitchen. And it turned out that a bunch of the Wheelers Ranch folks who had gotten there by all different methods, we had gravitated there, so we had a Wheelers camp. And my friend Annie didn't have enough blankets, and it was still snowing up there. This was early before the gathering. And she says, how about we all take all our blankets and bedding, and we'll make kind of a lean-to and one big bed. And we'll put in all of us, the kids, the dogs, everybody, and we'll just make one big bed, and we'll be really warm tonight. And we said, oh, that's a great idea. So we did, and it was really funny that night. We were all really, you know, kind of silly and giddy and laughing, and somebody'd tell a joke, and we'd all laugh, and then we were starting to get really tired, but it just was so funny, and we just kept going on giggling, and then somebody'd fart, and then everybody'd laugh and wake everybody up if you'd even fallen to sleep. But it was a beautiful gathering. It was just incredible. And the prayer on the 4th was really significant to me. Tracy didn't want to take that long walk during the night, and so she stayed with my friends at the camp, and I went on my own. And so we walked, those of us who wanted to do a candlelight silent vigil all night long, walking to the foot of Table Mountain 8 miles away, could do that. So there were 30,000 people at the gathering, a lot of them from the Denver area who thought it was a rock concert. But so some people didn't know what was going on, or, you know, they just stayed in the camp. So thousands stayed in the camp, and those of us who did want to go and pray and understood what was happening or heard of it, the thousands of us did that at the same time. So we walked up. I walked up just as dawn is when I was climbing the mountain. I did have someone had given me a half of a peyote button, which I had in my cheek. But other than that, I was, you know, just normal. Other than that, yeah. So it was so beautiful, and it was kind of almost on the side of the mountain. It wasn't like a big flat area, but there was just, everybody was in silence, and, you know, the dogs were making a little noise, and the kids were cooing, but it was just beautiful feeling, and we were really focusing on giving thanks for all the energy that has brought this beautiful planet to be in a balanced way, and giving thanks for the mother, and praying for our unity. And so this was, to me, this prayer was also all about that vision I had as a 5-year-old with all of us there. And there were so many different cultures and colors and ages and people in wheelchairs and animals. It was just amazing. It was so spontaneous. And we were in silence for a long, long time, and it spontaneously, it just broke out into song and laughter and hugs. And some of us kept meditating silently, and others did other things. And so after a while, there was I'd read in the oracle that there was a pile of mysterious stones, and that we were to bring a little stone with us to add to it from all the different lands. Well, I thought I'd wander around looking for it, and so I did, and I found it, and I had my little stone in my pocket, and I put it on the mysterious pile of stones with all the other stones, and there was deer antlers and turquoise and all kinds of cool stuff on it. Hang on. And then I heard some music, some strange sounding music, and somebody like telling a story, singing a song. And I look over, and there's Plunker. And he has his plunker, and he's doing the song and story of Rainbow Pied Together. That's based after the musician of Hamlin. I think that was the name of it.
Piper of Hamlin.
Huh?
The Pied Piper.
Oh yeah, the Pied Piper. The Pied Piper of Hamlin. Really cool. So I went over there and listened, and I think we smoked a doobie with some folks, and then it was getting later, and it was just so beautiful there, and I just felt the energy so strongly. I didn't want to leave the mountain. A lot of people were leaving because we didn't have kitchens or shitters. Everybody went back to camp pretty much, except for just a couple of us. And so I thought, well, I'll just kind of walk around, do some cleanup, and see if I find anything that people left that we need to get off the mountain. So I was walking around. The only thing I found was a down sleeping bag. That was a good ground score. And no garbage. And so we kept walking up the hill, and Barry found a conga drum.
Yeah.
And there was a couple other folks with us. Now, in these memories, they're all the parts of the crystal of our stories. So mine deviates here probably from everybody else's memory, because this is what happened. So from my perspective, and remember, it was only a half peyote button early in the morning. That was it. So we were sitting up on the very edge of this beautiful ledge, about 6 of us, and playing the drum and singing and chanting, and the sun's going down, and it's gorgeous, and there's snow-capped mountains all around us, Rocky Mountain National Park, and it was just amazing. And as it got more and more dusk, we had our eyes closed, we're singing, we're so into it. I felt this urge, this calling, that something was kind of pulling me, so I turned and I opened my eyes, and I saw this beautiful star that looked like the evening star just coming out, very bright. And then as I looked at it, it got even brighter, and it looked like the morning star, because when you see the morning star, that's even more brilliant. And then it looked like it was slowly moving and coming towards the valley. And I'm looking at it, and all of a sudden this voice starts speaking to me in my head. And they said, "We are your brothers and sisters. We are one with you in love and light. We want you to know that what has happened today has raised the entire planetary vibration of the earth. We would like to make ourselves known to you at this time, but it could cause a panic, and it's not time. We can't interfere with your process. But we want you to not be afraid of anything, not even death. Continue your work for world peace. And if it ever comes down really heavy, and that's the word they used, if it ever comes down really heavy, don't worry, we'll be there. We will not let the human race be destroyed from this earth. And then, poof, just the light was gone. And I looked this way and that way, and Plunker's playing the drum, everybody else is singing, chanting, eyes closed. I'm like, wow. So I didn't say anything to anybody at that point. But later I have. So that was one of the most wonderful parts of the gathering. And I helped with cleanup, a couple days of cleanup. And my job, I went out with a big garbage bag and a shovel. And I picked up human waste. There was hillsides covered with human waste and funky toilet paper. It was really bad. We did not have a shitter scene together. We had no idea there was going to be 30,000 people, and a lot of them from the city not knowing what to do. So somebody had stolen my $10 during the gathering, my $10 bill. And, so I was going to be heading out on the road soon. And after my day of picking up shit, I mean, literally, I did it for 6 hours. I found a $10 bill. And then a couple days into cleanup, I met this guy named Jason, who I was very attracted to, and he'd been camping near me, and we got along pretty well, so we ended up hitchhiking off together back to New Mexico to General Mustangs with him and another couple of people. We had a place out on the edge of a ranch, generaling Mustangs the old traditional way. And so that's how we continued on from there. So that's pretty much the most important highlights to me for 72. There's lots more details, but I'm going to pass this on to whoever is next.
Wonderful. Wait a minute. What can we do if we love Feather? Can we just say, we love you?
Again.
One more time.
Feather!
We love you. Woo-hoo.
Woo, and I love you all. Because we are one. You all are my other me.
Can you hear me without the mic? He needs you for production, I think. No, I don't know. All right, I'm going to set this down here. Oh. Thank you, every one of you. Without all of you,
Can you hear him in the back?
Without all of you, this stuff doesn't exist. It's on every one of our shoulders. It's under every one of our feet. I'd like to tell some hipstery about the very early rainbow this afternoon. And I'd also like to start by asking the question, why do these hipsteries matter?
Oh.
What's the big deal? Oh, there were some adventures 30, 40 years ago. There were wild times in the woods. There were wild things with the law.
Could you state your name?
Oh, my name is Garrick Beck. There you go. And if you're going to have me say my name, I'm just going to jump ship here and say to the side, to a different ship, and say, I come from a kind of pioneering, radical, off-Broadway theater family.
Yes.
And where I grew up as a kid, human justice was a dinner conversation. It was the ecology of the earth was stuff we talked about while we were driving somewhere. This in the 1950s. All these challenges that were hard for people to come to grips with in Middle America, in Iowa, and in all the backwoods, or the conservative, right-wing, uptight, militaristic scenes. Where do they get the ideas of peace and justice? I was handed these on a paper plate by my parents. And when I meet somebody who grew up in some family in middle America and went through all these steps of understanding human justice, understanding the ecology of the earth, understanding the global family, I'm like, wow, you have come from a long, long way. And I feel that that's part of our strength. About Colorado 1972, one of the great unknown facts is movements happen when there's a confluence of more than one stream. That's how it's been throughout history. 2, 3, 4, 5 different streams come together, and that makes a social movement that can change the world. The two of the great movements that came together for Colorado in 1972 were the peace movement activists and the returning Viet vets.
Oh.
And I would like for the real record to debunk the idea that the peace movement activists and the returning Viet vets didn't. An awful lot of us see eye to eye, see shoulder to shoulder, see heart to heart. That is the truth. That is the truth. And there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that got started in those times by the union of groups like that. The organic food movement, a lot of the yoga movements, all different kinds of things that we weave together in the rainbow got started from the coming together of those two groups. And staying on 72, though there are a couple of other stories I'd like to tell this afternoon.
Tell what you want, bro.
Staying on 1972, endlessly, people ask me, and this is a tough question, well, who are the founders? Who are the founders? Was it him or you or her or them or this group or this clan and that clan? And I have to say, this is in a way leads me to what I think the story's about, which is shared vision.
Oh.
Yeah.
Each one, each person has had this vision of a better world, of a human global family waking up and sharing and caring for each other, of being close to nature, of doing everything that we're doing and even more, hopefully. These visions of how the world could be, the utopian vision. Oh, utopia. You know what? Even here at this gathering, this is not all perfect. We used money to come here. We had gas-powered cars, all this stuff. But I tell you, and I want everybody to do this with me. It's a little dance, okay? Take whichever your right foot or your left foot is easiest to move, and just take it and put it forward and wiggle it about because you have one toe in utopia right now. There you go. So, seriously, when I realized that everybody who came to that first gathering, every single one of the 25 or 30 or 35,000 people, every single one, they didn't come to Colorado 72 because they heard it was a great party in the woods. They didn't come because they heard the music was good. They didn't come because they heard there was donuts and fancy foods and circles and all kinds of fun things. Nobody knew what this was going to be. Nobody knew what it was going to look like except in their own mind's eye, said Shakespeare, in their own imagination, say all of us, in their own vision, say those who have had a vision, you understand. Everybody who came had the vision, and it expressed itself differently. In some cases, one person talks about birds flying over the mountain. In another case, somebody talks about streams coming together. And that's how we see these visions. And then you talk to somebody else about it, and they say, yes, I've seen that too. And that's who came to Colorado. And I say, all 25 or 30 or 35,000 people who came to Colorado, those are your founders, because they are keepers of the original vision.
Oh.
On the other hand, anybody who came to a gathering once and then decided to come back, you are also on the same first page of the book. Because if we really do this and this really spreads around the world, well, then indeed we are on the opening page and the opening chapter of a book that maybe will actually help humanity grow up and evolve, expand, and live in harmony and peace. And that last line is a quote from the invitation to the gathering, and I will leave Barry to tell more about that a little later. What I'd like to do very much now is tell quickly the story of Vortex, because Vortex is really rainbow roots. And we have, in the late 1960s, and those times of the Vietnam conflict, we have this huge peace movement. And it's huge. It's like half the country. And yet, we're not getting peace because the powers that control it are keeping the war going. And what's happening is the peace movement is becoming more and more frustrated and more violent. And this was a problem. And we started forming the affinity groups and teaching nonviolent practices. We were doing that, and the No Nukes movement 15 years later took this plan from us. Good. We don't need credit for it. We just need affinity groups for nonviolence to be our Shanti scene and our neighborhoods, because ultimately, if we want to live without military and the police, we have to learn how to do it ourselves. In these times, in Portland, Oregon, I was living with a clan. We called ourselves Temple Tribe. We had a craft store. We had a free store. And we would truck off periodically into the mountains and do our ceremony at the waterfall or at the beach or at the cave. It was how we did this. And we were active in all the peace actions in Portland, the marches, the sit-ins, the chain-ins. And we heard someone had donated a bunch of money to help make a demonstration while the American Legion was holding its convention in Portland, Oregon, and they were going to hold their convention, and Nixon was the nominee, and Agnew was going to speak, and it was just a huge hawkish event, and it was coming to Portland, and the money was given to make a demonstration. So everybody we knew went to the demo planning meeting. Something was wrong here. The money was in the control of a very small group of people who said they wanted to make Portland the next Chicago. They wanted to break all the downtown windows as an act against capitalism. They wanted this. They wanted to catch the world's attention. They wanted to see news photographers bloodied. They wanted to see terrible things. And we said, what about peace and love? And they said, you've had 5, 8, 10 years working on it. Where are you? And we said, well, we just think we should make a really beautiful demonstration about all the good positive things in the culture instead of making more bloodshed, more conflict. And they said, oh, you just want a piece of the money, don't you? That was a tough meeting. It's a very tough meeting. Eventually, we kind of got thrown out of the meeting. The Peaceniks of Portland got this is Centenary Wilbur Church, Portland, Oregon. Lots of people have talked about this. It's a turning point in the movement. And we walked out of there, kaboom, and we're sitting out in front of the yard of the church, and we're talking about, well, let's make something really beautiful, whether those people want to or not. And thus was born, and Koshal, rest in peace, another spirit to the next world, gave it the name Vortex. In the meanwhile, at the same time that all this is going on, we go, as Temple Tribe, to the Bellingham Arts Fair in Bellingham, Washington. There we go. And so we go up to Bellingham, and we've got a craft booth, and we're also part of the crew. And also coming to Bellingham is the clan, the Marble Mount Riders. I leave Barry to tell about this. And we met up there. And I leave Barry to tell more about that. Because where I really want to go is toward a place called Green Lakes. It's very important to Vortex, very important to us. These folks who were involved with the Rainbow people, involved with us as friends, as political, social activists, as do-gooders, as neighborhood activists, these folks put out an invitation.
The Light family.
The Light family put out an invite to a place called Green Lakes, and it had something to do with somebody's birthday and some meditation, and let's have a get-together in the mountains quietly, just all of our friends, And we went up to Green Lakes, and there was the Mendozendo, and there were the Phantom Feeders, who were like a free kitchen, and there were every little thread that you see in this gathering had a thread there. There was a biker thread, there was a drunken thread, there was a healer thread, there was a yoga thread, there was every one of these had a thread there. I'd say about 80 or 120 people at the max, probably 80 there the whole time. And what was coming up the week later was Vortex. And in the meanwhile, the Vortex, planning, Portland, it's too long a story for all this afternoon. There's books and newspaper articles about it. But they had been bipping and bopping and inching and bumping along together, and we got this park outside of Portland to do this event in called Vortex I, Biodegradable Festival of Life, and there were all these folks there starting to land at the place, and from Green Lakes we showed up, 80 people strong, totally together, tools, savvy. We said, what needs to be done? Boom, we were building the stage. Boom, we were setting up the kitchen. Boom, these Explorer Scouts had dumped over 14 teepees as a civic duty to help avoid a riot in Portland. And, you know, for example, all the hippie restaurants in Portland, they made the kitchen. All, you know what I mean? All the motorheads, they did the parking. All the rock and rollers, all the local bands, they did the bands. They did the playlist. But I have to talk about the very beginning of the playlist. This is all important stuff. The crowds are there, everybody's still trying to get stuff set up. We're in the park, the whole thing is going on. We've got the 14 teepees. We've got 2 of them called rainbow teepees for the rainbow teepees. Talked about what they called in the medical world ODs, and they were very scared, especially because of the recent problems at Atlanta Pop Festival earlier in the summer. They were very scared of a lot of people getting very high and getting very freaked, and we said there are other ways to do it than trying to grab them and hold them down and shoot them full of Thorazine. There are other things that work. And so we had 2 teepees called rainbow teepees, which were, and a lot of the time what would happen is there'd be 5 or 6 people, they all came to Vortex together. One of them, the intrepid one, says, oh, I'm gonna try 2 of those purple double domes. And cause I'm a big kid, I'll take 2.5. And then, you know, in 15 minutes they're going, or they're saying things their friends have never heard them say before. And they're acting in ways their friends have never heard them act before, because they're in another world. And their friends bring these poor, stumbling characters over to us, and we say, just come back in a few hours, they'll be fine. Would you like some water or some tea or a comfortable place to sit down? And we watched hundreds of people who were just freaked because they couldn't really communicate easily with their friends, and they came into the lodges and sat down. And we had a bunch of Portland medical professionals come in. We said, this is what we do. Doesn't always work. And there were some stories that were a little more excruciating than what I'm telling. But for the most part, we could bring people on board through that. We had a lost and found teepee. We had a firewood teepee. We had a supply teepee. And it was a beautiful setup. And we came together as a family. Because previously, there was this clan and that clan and the Marble Mount Rider clan and the Temple tribe. And at the tail end of Vortex, we were the Rainbow family of living light. And so it is.
Ho, ho.
I got time for one more here?
Of course.
I got time for another? Sure, okay. Because there are so many folks who can tell parts and pieces of the mosaic of Colorado 72, and I want to let that happen. I want to tell very quickly a story of the connect we had with the Hopi people, and this is also from 1972. I was living at a farm not that different from what Feather describes, Wheeler's, Morning Star. We were at a Rainbow Farm in Oregon, and it was front gate, it was people in, people out, healthcare, all of it at once on a small scale. And while we were there and excavating and digging, doing different things, we found a way remarkable carved rock. Looked like ancient art to me. So we looked at it and, we put it in a little spot. We lifted it up and put it in a little spot. And I didn't think much about it. We said, hey, did anybody else see that? Has anybody seen that? And people went over and looked at it, and there it was, an objet. In the succeeding year, we had a visit from a clan of folks who only traded. They didn't want the money. They came up in a truck. First thing they wanted was gasoline. Well, we had some for farm equipment. So we traded them for the gasoline, and they traded with us, and we traded with them. They were there for a couple of days. Rope, useful stuff, lamps, lamp wick, health supplies. We just traded with them. We got them all set up. At the end, they said, you've been so good to us, we want to give you this gift. And they gave us a sack of Hopi blue corn. And we said thank you. And they gave us instructions on the traditional method for planting it. So we took the Hopi corn, and it was really in the aftermath of it getting that corn and planting it. And we had a big argument because the guy goes with the stick and the woman goes with the corn and puts the corn in the hole. The guy pokes with the stick. And we were like, oh, men, women. The women wanted to hold the stick. We had a big discussion. We said, absolutely, the women are going to hold the stick. Some people didn't want to do it in a line. They wanted to do it in mounds. We planted it all. It was beautiful. It rained on us. It rained on us. And it was in the aftermath of that, it was right after that, that this rock got uncovered. So at the time I didn't put those two things together. I didn't put one and one together and get two. But in the succeeding season, we were traveling around the country, giving out the invitation to Colorado, giving it out, posting it in yoga centers, posting it in community activist places, posting it in the street scenes, posting it in the head shops, and printing and reprinting this invitation to Colorado, which at that point is, 2 years away. This is some time. So when we met up, one group that had gone south and the other group that had gone north, we met up on the East Coast, and we told each other the stories. Oh, we met with these folks in Canada. Oh, we met with these folks in Hopi land. Oh, interesting. And the people who had gone through Hopi land, not me, had heard the telling of their history story, which included a rainbow people and a rock. And a rock. I said, and a rock? Yes, and a rock. I said, we have a rock. We got to go look at this. I call back to the farm to Koshal. I say, Koshal, you know that rock we found? Yeah, okay, go wrap it up. Take care of it. Hold on to this. Don't lose this. Hold it in your hands like this. And what happened eventually was we went back west. We took this. We made a caravan down to Hopi lands. We spent a day of purification, washing, braiding our hair, trying to get it right. We went in the morning to Mina's house, and Mina had a kiva there that had been violated by previous beatniks. And so she didn't really want this. So we backed off very discreetly, and Feather guided us to Thomas's house, who wasn't home, and Feather guided us to David's house, who was home. He was old and blind. He wanted to know if we had the rock with him. He ran his fingers all over it. He said, we got to get in touch with the others. So we waited in the afternoon, and word went out. This is from Old O'Ribe in Haute Villa, and they said we had to meet a little later at a particular place. So we went back to a particular place. It was Mina's house, where we'd been in the morning. And she welcomed us in. And there were a group of Old Hopi. There were about 13 or so of us and about 17 of them. And they talked together in this beautiful sing-song tongue. I could not understand a word. It was like listening to singing to me. And David asked us quickly to tell this story, and we did. And they asked very particular questions. They wanted to know about the garden where the corn was planted. They wanted to know, because I mentioned there was a God's eye in the garden. You know, one of those yarn structures we had in the middle of the garden just for beauty, art. And they wanted to know what colors the yarn was. What color was the God's eye? They wanted to know what direction it was facing. I was just totally, these were like questions of mystery to me. And we told them about the gathering. Barry can talk about this more if he wants, but the quick finale is Mina said, I'm the keeper of the tablets, and let me see it. And she picked it up. We unwrapped it. She looked at it, and she said, this is not the same color or the same shape, and it doesn't look like it will fit into our missing piece at all.
It's not ours.
Not ours. She said, but I was told by my father, who entrusted the other part to me, if somebody were ever to come with a rock like this, I should take it and put it against the original. Because there are illusions in this world. I was just shuddering. She was like playing by the book. So she said, do you mind if I take this? I said, no. And she took it out back. She was back in 10, 15 minutes. She said, just as I thought. Doesn't fit, wrong shape, wrong size, wrong color, not our rock. And then they all talked, and they talked to us about, you're a grandchild tribe, we're a grandparent tribe, and they gave us some instructions for care of sacred rocks, and they told us not to take it out frivolously. They told us to keep it wrapped up, and they said, that's your rock. You'll figure it out. And we promised to do our best. And this leads to a future story that I'm not going to tell today, which is about Grandfather David later coming in 77 to the gathering. That's another story for another session. But the key is this. As the story has progressed, to my understanding, it's more about the corn than it is about the rock. Because the rock is a symbol, but the corn is a phenomenal drought-resistant corn. It's a tremendously drought-resistant item. In a time of terrible loss of water and heat on Earth, it could be the most useful thing we have. So we've been growing it ever since then. Yep. This is the stuff. I'm going to take it out of its little plastic bag. Here we go. It's okay if those fell. It's okay. So you can see it's these nice small pieces. I'm going to hold it up for a moment. It's alive. It's alive. It's dormant, but it's alive. This is the real Hopi corn. This is what they gave to us years and years and years ago. And we're going to sit here this afternoon, and we're going to break this into a lot of little packets of 4, and you can take it and plant it.
Oh.
Okay?
Thank you. Oh.
Quick announcement report regarding the recording.
I can wrap it up. I can wrap it up.
Okay.
That's good.
Quick announcement before we go on to the next speaker. For those of you who didn't hear at the beginning, we are recording. Our brother John, who did the 2008 We Love You, is here with us today. We thank him for coming. We're going to have this on the internet, so long after we're gone, people will be able to look at it. I would very much appreciate it if other people who are recording, that's you, Tom, right? And you, brother, check in with me at the end. Did Fidas leave?
No, I'm here.
Oh, you're still here? Good. Just want to make sure everybody at the end checks in with me so we can get all the recordings together and post them and that sort of thing. That's a lot of the this is not just for here. This is for the generations to come. All right? And I also have a few flyers here from today's event, and I will be handing them out to people who would like one at the end. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'm thinking if there's anything I should wrap up with, we do something really tricky for a so-called storyteller. I'm going to look at notes. Oh, let me end on this. Feather was talking about the shit and the shitters. And the fact is, we had the shitters in Colorado in '72. Yep. But people didn't know to use them. We didn't have the communication systems so that somebody came, they set up camp, they looked, they saw a big wood, they saw a big hillside, they said, okay, I gotta poop, I'll go way up the hill, and I pooped, and by 2 days later, that whole area was camped. It was an issue. We didn't really know how to mark them. We didn't really know. People knew you dug a little hole and a little cat hole in the woods. And the reason this is an important story and not just a funny little thing, yes, it shows that we learned something. But in the legal battle for this, there was legal stuff going on from minute one. So we learned that some branches of government were very intelligent and very practical and very realistic, and some were very prejudiced and completely against us no matter what. That's how it always is. You got to look for the people that you can work with and work with them. The National Forest had some very, very good people. Initially, a young ranger who said, "Psst, why don't you guys look over here?" And without spending 4 hours on the legal history, there was a crucial moment when a person with the state said, "So how are you going to deal with 20,000 people's crap? What are you going to do?" And I said, "We're going to use slit trench latrines. It's in the Marine Corps field manual." I said, that's our method. It works. It's tried. It's proven. If you want, we can pull one up from the state library, and you can see, I think it's like, page 260 something. And it's not that I was smart alecky. It's that at that point they realized we were really thinking about it. We were really trying to do it right. We were really working on it as a process and not just a flighty dream. And I don't know what else to say. I love you all so much. Cat's got 3 or 4 minutes, and then Toozy.
Yep, right here. That's it.
Cat. This is Cat, and I want to say something on behalf of Cat. There are a lot of earlies, and that's what we're using as the term for the folks here early. There are a lot of earlies who are not well-known, loud-spoken characters. There are a lot of folks in this crowd who've been coming since '72 or near there who are real doers and makers and shakers, and they're unsung heroes and sheroes. Cat.
Hello? Is it on? I'll speak loudly. Or, hello? Is it working? It's not working.
You have to push the button that says on.
Good one, good one.
Listening to our story. listening to our song, wooing the earth. This relationship we have with humankind and with the earth, with the rock and the corn, the ferns, the stones, the water. We are water. The air that surrounds us. This is elemental. This is our story. This is our relationship. In a time of great danger for our sister mother, the earth, from the maniacal fathers and sons and holy ghosts of nuclear holocausts, chemical warfare, man-made hunger, we show that we can live through this, move through it, beyond it, above it. It's old world. And from the time of the 1973 Rainbow Gathering, hitchhiking across the country, I came upon a place, a circle, where each person spoke. Each person had wisdom to share. We are the wisdom keepers. We are the wanderlusters, lusting for life, for a passion for the elements. People spoke and said, eat kelp for minerals, for a strong and healthy body. Still true today as we fight off GMOs, OMG. Still true as we fight off GE and PCBs and Goldman Sachs and all the corporations. Still true is it this that is the maimers, the people who attempt to strangle, mangle, and tame us and try to fix us. The people who were at the front gate. And I was so proud to stand with the Rainbow family as they stood and said, no, these are our streets, not your streets. And it was the power and the solidarity of us to stand up to those people who are trying to fix us. The henchmen, the ruffians, the people who are here to just incite violence and to oppress us. And to be able to say, no, this is our forest. And put them in their place. That was very powerful. And that has been a continuum from the beginning till now, right out on the streets. And brothers and sisters, this that is apparent to all of us has happened to women for centuries. This oppression, this need to fix you, to mutilate you, to put you down, to rape you, maim you, hurt you. That's what women have faced for centuries, globally, everywhere. So I say, first of all, listen to each other. Honor the sister, honor the mother. Be respectful of one another. Start there. Start with yourself right there. And thank you. That moves us and breathes all of us, the spirit that's moving all of life, all around us. This is it.
Thank you so much, Kat.
Cat.
Thank you,
The
Kat.
musical Fantuzzi. Fantuzzi, do you want to use mic or voice? Okay.
I think it's Fantuzzi's turn.
Yes, Fantuzzi, my brother. I met Fantuzzi in Woodstock. At the day he was actually on the Time magazine. the cover of the Newsweek.
Close enough
Yes.
for rock and roll.
Right. So, I love you, Fantuzzi.
Continuing the story.
Anybody got any herb? Anybody got any herb?
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me better?
Yes.
What would be better?
the microphone. You know how to use it.
It's both the same for him. So what is it for you guys?
It's good. You know how to use it.
Mine.
Yeah, you're comfortable using it. You can do it.
Me loudly is the clearest.
300 mics, man. That'll do it.
If it's not high enough, go like this and we'll try to bring it up.
Yeah, that's it. If you don't hear me, put your hand up and I'll either get a little bit stronger in my voice projection or pick up the microphone, okay?
Oh.
You're good.
Can I just get a big everybody? We love you. 1, 2, 3. Okay. There I was, a wild youngin' born in New York City, Spanish Harlem. And I could sense that Great Spirit had something in store for me. I had no idea what. So I moved through lots of love-ins and be-ins and lots of Jimi Hendrix and rock and roll concerts. And finally I made it to the granddaddy, the grandmama, which was Woodstock.
Yeah.
Woodstock 1969, the original Woodstock for me was the first rainbow gathering.
Yeah.
Because the love was so powerful, it transformed everybody and everything. There it was, pouring down rain, everybody cold and wet, some sleeping bags so incredibly wet you couldn't get in them. And other people who were dry were going like, well, there's still room for one more in my tent to a total stranger with so much love. Ow! Woo! This is the kind of love that we're all about and that transforms the whole world. And so sure enough, I took off and I found myself visiting 3 states in the continental USA 3 times. Every state I went into the continental USA hitchhiking, and I visited every state 3 times. I had never had $1 in my pocket. It didn't matter. I had faith like wild and crazy. And it took me to the most remarkable places. In fact, one time I got bored with all of this US of A and decided to go to across the ocean to England. And I went to this festival called Glastonbury, the very first Glastonbury. That was their Woodstock, a spiritual gathering with lots of rock and roll. I won't go into details of that, except that I had heard about these gypsies, and I was in my tent, that they gave me this huge tent, and outside somebody says, hey, is Fantuzzi in that tent? I said, yeah, who's outside? They said, it's the Rainbow Gypsies. My heart went boom, because I had heard about these people and to look out for them. Now, these are the original Rainbow Gypsies, not the Rainbow Gypsies you know that happened here. I call that the second generation, and they call themselves sometimes the Rainbow Gypsy Theater. So,
Give him a hand.
Yeah. Stand up, Diego.
Give him a nose.
So I sure enough was love napped, you can say. I was love napped by these beautiful, amazing beings. This is 1971 with robes and earrings and turbans, and they took me all the way to India, through Turkey, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and we had the most amazing, we had pretty much rainbow gatherings all the way across. Because everywhere we stopped, this would be this many people wanting to join us. We would do full moon ceremonies. And so I was really warmed up for the first Rainbow Gathering. Especially when I made it into Mother India and all I saw and all I felt was like a stamp of approval. Yes, God exists. Yes, love exists. And I went, oh, yes, it does. Oh. And so, not that I ever doubted it, but it's really nice to be in a country of 1 billion people, all in that same mindset, you know? So sure enough, I got back to US of A. I went up to the little town called Woodstock, and Garrick, I think it was, came up to me and said, hey, we're having a gathering and we would love you to come if you would like to come. And he started sharing with me the vision of the Rainbow Gathering, and I went, yes, yes, yes. Everything he said was like just resounding in my heart. We get together, we share we share the love, we share what we have with each other, and each one teach one, and each one love one. Are you with me, family? Yeah. And when I heard that, I said, count me in, and I got a ride all the way from New York, Woodstock, New York, to Colorado with a Great Dane in the car. And he was driving, but so was his big brother, an older gentleman, which I can't remember his name. But when I got to the first Rainbow Gathering, since we are focusing on the first Rainbow Gathering, right? I'll do my best to stay there. I just warmed you up.
Or go anywhere else you want.
Go anywhere I want. Okay, good. I like that. I like freedom. I can relate to that. But to finish the thought of the first Rainbow Gathering, I remember having made a vow of having no substances. Because believe you me, being from Spanish Harlem and it being the 60s, I had plenty, borderlining on too much. And something inside my heart, actually it was a voice came on and said, your work is done with this stuff. Everything you need is inside of you. Woo! And I went, yes! And I, for 10 years, never even had a cup of coffee, never had one toke of a joint, never had one psychedelic experience that came from outside. Yeah. And let me share with you about the ultimate one at the Rainbow Gathering. Sure enough, we were up on the mountain tops of the Rocky Mountains, and I was naked. Of course. I took off all my clothes and I started rolling in the grass, and in the blade of grass, it was like the Divine Mother came up and said, I love you. And then I looked up at the sky and the clouds rolling by said, we love you. And I was in the most altered, beautiful state. Everywhere I looked, there was a beautiful being looking back. And I knew it was the Divine Mother in drag. She was disguised as my brother. But she didn't confuse me. She just let me know it somehow. And then somebody said, hey, Fantuzzi, would you be so kind to lead us in a song? I'm peeking on this stuff. On the love, you know? Like, me, a song now? Okay. I don't know if I can do that, but why don't you all just say, Ma. 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 Look around you. Here she is, Ma. 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 So this was my song, and it really worked. At least it worked for me. And that's where you got to start, and that's where you got to end. And if you're lucky, it'll work for somebody else too. Now, to move it to some pretty outrageous, wild 77 Rainbow Gathering, now getting my story straight. Grandfather David shows up and says, you know what? I believe this is the fulfillment of the Hopi prophecy. This is a Hopi elder, right? And he says, in fact, there is a mountain up there, and it's all the ice is melted, and that's the white buffalo. And you guys are wearing feathers and growing your hair and caring for the mother and bringing back love as king and queen. You are the fulfillment of the prophecy. Can I get an aho? Aho! Aho! Woo! So I wrote that prophecy into a song, but this isn't the right time for it, but there'll be a time, I'm sure. And I move it to now 81, where I think I had the most juicy circle for prayer, and I'm promoting it to all of you who are coming to the gathering and keeping this vibe going, and that is when we get together in silence to focus on bringing the love to every part of the universe, to changing everything as we knew it to it being as we know it now, in the eternal now, where we're loving each other and caring for each other. So we're in silence and we pray for world peace. And it was 1981, and I just couldn't believe it that a bunch of hippies out in the forest with nobody really organizing anything. We're the most unorganized. We're the biggest organization in the planet that's not really an organization, and somehow we pulled it off. And every time we pulled it off, I go, divine chaos.
Yeah.
I'm so touched by it. I can't believe how we do it. But there we were, 20,000 people in silence praying. And the energy got so powerful that a spaceship showed up. Now I'm looking and I didn't see it, to be honest with you. But I did see people going, boom. They were falling straight back onto the Mother Earth. They were fainting. The vibes were so freaking high and so beautiful. It was really, really magical and really, really wonderful. And I got a picture of that with a bunch of other pictures, and I ran into Bob Dylan. And after we played and smoked and played and smoked and went on his boat, and I decided to show the slides to him. I said, hey, Bobby, you want to see the slides of this cool gathering? He said, sure. After he saw it, he went, I'm going there. I never seen him, but maybe he came in disguise. That's the only way to come if you're Bobby. So family, you have changed my life. I thank you for your love. I thank you for your service. I don't know if I can express how much love and gratitude I have in just words. But it's so beautiful to be here, coming. I think this is my 41st out of 44. And I would walk 1,000,000 miles for one of your smiles. My family. We are everywhere, family. I'm a traveler. I just flew in from Finland. I'm headed back to the Rainbow Gathering in Switzerland. We are everywhere. I've been to a dozen different places around the planet with different rainbow gatherings. We are not alone. We are everywhere. Aho! Aho! Thank you.
Ijoe.
Okay, man. Okay, man.
Ijoe. Then we can let Red, you want to say something? Scotty is around.
Hello, family. My name's Ijoe.
You can say something. And then let Diamond Dave
Tell you the quick story of the 72 as I experienced it.
and I'll go back.
But first, can you hear me all right?
Yes. Okay. Please
First, I
introduce-
just want us to say
Ijoe, what's your name?
a little prayer together. So I would just like everyone to call on their way, call on their great spirit, the God of the gods, the highest one, and ask for our blessings on the Rainbow family and the world. Amen. In Jesus' name. That was my first request. My second request is that everyone here do something to help free Leonard Peltier.
Oh yeah.
My third request is for Rainbow family members. We're a family. We know each other sometimes 40 years before you meet somebody. But we're a family. We have sibling rivalry. We have different things. So my request is, let this be the gathering when you hug and kiss that brother or sister that sometime you didn't agree with in a good way. That we come together with unity and like a family get back together. That's what a real reunion is, to bring the peace in the family and then we take it out to the world. Well, I was a 19-year-old Irish Catholic boy from Philadelphia. 1967, find myself in the middle of Vietnam. I get a message. I hear in the States there's these people called hippies. They're trying to stop the war and they believe in peace and love. I could see that was the obvious answer, and I said, when I get out of here, I'm going to become a hippie. I'm going to work for peace.
Amen. Glad you made it out.
Thanks, sis. Come back home, spend a lot of time traveling around. I'm camped down on Salmon Creek on the south end of Big Sur. 40, 50 people. We're all living up there. Somebody comes up and they say, man, we heard about this big gathering. It's going to be out in Colorado. So everybody's excited, man, I'm there. And then after we read the invitation, I urge anybody that hasn't seen that to read it, because it really says a lot about the roots and what brought us together. So and then that day there was no internet. Everything was passing by word of mouth. And the posters the brothers were running around with the invitation embroidered on their backs and hitchhiking, traveling all over the country. So I wanted to get there early, of course, because this sounded like the perfect thing to me. So I left the Bay Area, Vallejo, with other brothers, 2 guitars and a dog, started hitchhiking. And believe it, we made it over there fast. I don't know how many days. Only a few days. Bam, we're in Granby, Colorado. So there was kind of like a seed camp happening over at this good brother's farm, Paul, who had let us camp and set on the land there. So after a couple days there, I don't know, there was 50, 60 people there. Somebody came in, might have been Garrick. We're going to occupy the land, we're going to the site. And we were happy. We had some big old flatbed trucks and everybody loaded up. We drove out along the lake to the bottom of the trail. There was just a little tiny trail that went up. First you drove along this beautiful lake. And from the lake you could go up this beautiful trail, a couple miles long, I guess, I don't know. Where it plateaued out, benched out. There was a littler lake there, Strawberry Lake, big meadow. And I mean, we were home. We just felt great. The first night we sat in a circle and talked about what we were going to do. I remember Garrick, that was the first time I met him. He came in, he walked around the circle and hugged every single person. Just, there was no hurry. This is how we're going to do it. So we set to work, digging shitters, whatever, setting up kitchens. And then, I don't know, a week or two, and people were, every day, we were doubling the size. People were coming in. Then all of a sudden, people came in and said, there's a roadblock. Nobody else can come in. We were already up there. We were hoping that more people than this make it. Well, roadblock or not, the locals were ferrying people across the lake with their boats. People and supplies. Great brothers like Chuck Winsong, who I give a shout out to.
Oh!
Yeah.
Leading them in on the back trails. I guess outside, the pressure just kept building up and building up. Finally, they couldn't hold them back. People just came pouring in and the real gathering began. And it was like you actually felt at home, like you came home. I had finally, after all my years, met my family. I knew who I was, so, to make a long story short, we really didn't know much in those days, like how to cook. I mean, it was half-cooked beans and scorched rice, but we loved it. And we didn't feed in the central circle, just kitchens fed at that gathering. We had a bunch of kitchens. Harmony Kitchen is where I ate. And they would cook and feed as many people as they can. And it was never perfect love. That's one thing I wanted to mention. Like, there's always problems, and that's how it's supposed to be. It's not perfect love. And the way I learned that was, there was a couple kitchen. We had Harlem Kitchen there. And somehow some problem developed, and people actually, forgot about the love thing. We had Brother Dominic. He was able to settle the whole thing down just by, it's not perfect love. We're not perfect. It's a protracted struggle, but we're going to make it.
Beautiful.
Well, everything was going just awesome, beautiful. You were just like this gathering. The spirit gets higher and higher. So the 4th of July came, the 4th, and I was one of the ones, because I was on like a spiritual search, I had given up the regular religion, because in Vietnam, I seen people beg the priest that I can't go, as far as get on the helicopter. The priest said, couldn't help him. So I gave up on all religions. I was on a spiritual trip. There was in the invitation to talk about the 144,000 and the New Jerusalem. So that really appealed to me. We didn't quite make it to 144,000, but on the 4th, the morning of the 4th, or in the middle of the night, a whole bunch of us left and walked. I don't know how far it was. It was miles, 5 or 6, but we were mostly young and strong enough to do it. And we walked over to this place called Table Mountain. And people had told us about how this was a sacred Indian mountain. And it was, what you call a sugar loaf or a bench. It was a mountain, but it was flat on top. So we walked up there and we did our silence and stayed up there for, you could leave whenever you wanted, I guess, but we sat around till noon or so, and then people headed back to Strawberry Lake. And that was a lot of fun, just the trips both ways. We went from there. In those days, I believe the gathering was just 5 days long. It was the 1st to the 5th. And then we went into cleanup mode. We did things a little different. We went in the central circle. We dug a big pit. brought everything in, burned up a lot of stuff. And then the rest, there's an archive up there because you could dig that up. A lot of other stuff's buried in that pit. And it was just a beautiful experience for my life because that's when I connected with you all. And have a good gathering. Love you all.
Ijoe, we love you.
You just say a minute.
We
Just a minute.
love
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Ijoe. Are we ready to finish?
No,
we got a couple more.
We have
Okay.
five people here.
Okay. Before when we finally come and finish, let me do an ending.
Okay, you'll
Just
be
do
after
an ending
him.
when it's ready.
When you're
Well, I'm
after
gonna be the last, so it might be a what? But
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I got it. No, I'm gonna do it. Then we're gonna pass it.
Glowing feather.
No, I just want the feather.
Here, let me hand it. Okay.
Can any? Let me
Hello.
use the mic. Yeah, use the mic.
Turn the damn light. Hello.
That's better.
We've been at this for a long time. We're gonna be at it for a while longer because we're doing this for a couple reasons. One, for the generations. And one, if you get bored, you can go home and look at it on your TVs. DVDs. All of the stories are true, except for the ones that have been told. No. But this is my brother, Glowing Feather, who I knew for many, many years by other names. But I know one thing for sure.
I forgot my magic.
We started out in 1981 to really do these hipsteries. It took us days because we did all the gatherings. And I did that for years and years and years. And then I got slowed down and I said, whoa. So I asked Glowing Feather to take up the hipsteries, and he has kept that going, and that's on the night of the 5th. But this is Glowing Feather, who is now, I don't know, a poet?
I know it. I live it. I give it.
Go, let them know about the 5th. So
Okay. Yes. This was a special edition. A regular one, when you tell your story, is going to be here on the 5th, and we do a circle, and everybody in the circle gets to tell your rainbow, your first rainbow, and your hipstery, and how you're drawn here, and you see a web here. You saw the rib from the Vietnam War veterans. Do we have any Iraqi war veterans here? This to the stand. We have. No, that's all right. See, this was a very important part of it because we were a peace movement.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service. So here goes. Well, don't you know you're at the rainbow? It is true. I've been coming since '72, when I was 23, like a lot of you. But here's the key. If you come for the next 44 years, you will appear here in the circle of emotion, of devotion called the Rainbow Gathering Living Light. I'm part of something that's going to survive me. My body, my mind, my spirit, my ego will all go into this other plane, but the rainbow will fill the flame of this eternal flow of my soul. I know. My first rainbow, I was Mario Luigi Galeazzi. I had short hair. I wore kind of California style. And the only reason I came is I followed this energy. I was at Woodstock and I felt the love, but then I was back in LA, and I went to military, and it was all this crazy world I've been into. But this gathering was about peace, and this is what drew me. But I was silent, seriously silent from 72, 70. I didn't go to the next one. Then I went to the 4 and 5, and then I spoke out in 76. But this was the spirit that gave me the flow of glowing feather. Because my name came to me at the gathering because there was a book called Illusions, a story of an elected Messiah. And there was a glowing feather on it. And I go, oh, and I read it and I go, oh, this is what rainbow's about. You folks, when you come here, You're changing your reality. The 72 Rainbow Gathering is this gathering.
Yeah.
We're having the same thing. The police are here.
Yeah.
They're intimidating us. They're telling us when we can't go. We are beings of peace and love and light. This thing doesn't go away. We stand here in this 72 vortex every gathering. There is no leaders. This beautiful brother here coined this word to me because I heard it. And it was called We're Earlies, and I just love that, and I use this wherever I go. It's like, that's who we are. But you know what if Plunka, everybody on stage here, if we came to this gathering, it was just us, right? If it was just us, it was just the people that went to 72 or the first gatherings, it would be a dying clan. There wouldn't be no policemen. There wouldn't be none of this. They're here because of you young people. Here's what I want you to promise me.
Truly.
Please come for the next 40 years. 50 years. For the 100th anniversary. And share this history that you hear. Share this history that you see. Share this history that you feel. And right over there is the Spirit House. And that's how dearly part of rainbows that are there. I'll be there one day. Now, all those, when you hear I die, because we're all going to die. But please, I almost did it a couple of times, and I had a stroke at a gathering. But the key was, I would think about my country. I felt bad. I thought about this thing, this breath, as I was taking. I got strong breath. And when I thought about rainbow, I thought about you. You keep me alive. You keep this going. Because I promise you, the God Almighty light of universal truth of every one of you, I do this for you. And I do it for me. Because it gives us energy. This rainbow story, I'm going to get to Scotty. Passing him on. 72 is one of the most beautiful experiences. It was my seed that freed me. But I was a different human being, and this is what freed me. It took me 5 years to get it, so don't worry, kids. You'll find it. I love you.
Love you.
It's an honor to be here and see you. I'm going to do a little preamble. Some of this is about preparedness for that moment in 1972, and then there's stuff in that moment that each of us saw uniquely, and then we have something that came out of it. Keep it tight. The preparedness was about stuff going on in our lives. I was a student. I was in New Haven, Connecticut. It was a hot time. I might be the only guy who's ever been politically purged from the Yale football team. Because I was doing a bunch of stuff that year. See, I saw Garrick's mother and father in historic performances in New Haven, Connecticut, that fall of '68. I was a kid. And that was a germinal thing. That should set loose a lot of stuff. We formed a thing called the Living Lunch after the Living Theater. So the Living Lunch, we go to the dining halls and act up, you know. Yeah, it's a big deal. We got into like doing these. SDS did its split in there before it did it nationally because we needed some cultural revolution, you see, and we got into doing these multimedia shows with like big parties and lots of like colored lights on the walls and nitrous and, you know, being goofballs and sculptural things in the middle of the plaza and stuff like that. The biggest gig we did was to elect a 200-foot air dome over the old campus at Yale and brought in the hog farm and the Holy Modal Rounders and had a big old boogie down there. And this was all about our readiness to collaborate. So I'm a senior, and I thought I'd take it easy, but I wound up working my ass off on some research. But I had buddies in town, you know, Lo and behold, old bear comes up. Look what I got. It's one of those mimeographs. So mass communication was a mimeograph in 1972. That's right. And he said, look what I got. And it was an invitation to the first rainbow gathering of the tribes. That seemed like a thing to do. But first, my buddy Steve and I had to graduate. So we did that. And we made these nice tie-dyes. We up a couple nights before made these nice tie-dyes. And so I graduated in tie-dyes. My dad says, don't you think you should take this a little more seriously? I mean, this is graduation. I said, look, Pop, this is a commencement, right? He says, yeah. What's the matter what I'm choosing to commence? And then went straight to the first rainbow gathering across the country in a VW microbus. I'll save you all the drama, you know. I mean, it was second wave. By the time we got there, the night of the... I'm getting there. This is the June 3rd. Nobody's giving you any dates. The roadblock didn't finally break until the night of June 30th, or early on the 1st of July, when the people who were waiting could actually get in to gather. And there was a 9-mile, if you got it, like a shuttle ride 9 miles around the lake to the trailhead, you're lucky. Then there's a 9-mile switchback trail up the side of the mountain on that first day of July. And that was the first place I heard the words, welcome home, on the trail. And this won't know disco, but we was all between like 18 and 25 or something like that. Yeah. You know, Hale and Hardy and all. And hiked on up there. Now what happened at the end of that day, hordes of people spilled off at the top of the trail in this little kind of early swale, this valley, set up hundreds of little campsites of their own and started little fires of their own. And in exhaustion, they couldn't take another step further. They'd gotten there and they just had to drop. And by that night and early morning, there was smog over the first rainbow gathering. All these little campfires had basically, and the little fog and all that, had created this yellow cloud over this valley where people were just coming into the gathering. And I remember something that morning. It happened very early. I worked camped out there, all these smoldering fires, and there's this British guy, this limey, this cockney. He's standing out there. He's tripping balls, and he's saying, "What a movie! I can't believe what a movie this is! What a movie!" And he's going on and on. And I get out of my tent and I'm like all beat up. And I had a leather jacket on. And I said, hey man, we're trying to sleep. He points at me, a woolly-headed leather man. What a movie! And he never stopped, you know. But this is a really important thing, because that day word got out that there was smog at the rainbow gathering. Well, hundreds of little fires. So that afternoon, it was by then the 2nd of July, was when the first consensus happened at a rainbow gathering, community fires. Because first understanding of how we manage ourselves, how we come together, how we organize voluntarily to do it right. That was the first consensus.
Yes,
community fires. And community fires burn in our hearts that way. There was a bunch of other firsts that happened. There was a guy who jumped in the lake and cracked his head open, and there was a surgery with no anesthetic. There was a guy had a suture kit out there, and I was one of 6 people who sat by the cot, held his hands and put hands on his body to get him through his head being sewn up without anesthetic. Whoa. And the first John Tessina movie, there was a cat who was spun out named Wolf. Remember Wolf? Yeah. Yeah. He was, well, you know, he was one of the early casualties of too much, you know. And he was doing ancient rituals of absolution and purification. Fire, covering himself with ashes. And then he got a little more serious after that, and he had to be helped. That was germinus of that stuff. So much happened right away by our ability to communicate and cooperate. And I shared this sentiment. Plunker wrote about this at one point, like the gathering was this the New Jerusalem, and then there was the scattering. That's what he called it. And I saw the same thing. Said, well, everyone went home. So I didn't figure I'd never see another thing like that in my life, but I knew it was possible take it to the streets. And I'm not going to bore you with who the hell I am, but I basically did some bleeding edge stuff in drug rehab, and then I've been a mechanic and a shipwright, and I'm a trained urban designer and planner, and we've been kicking ass on some legal stuff in recent years. I'll tell you more about that later. But I didn't hear about it for many years. All these things, I figured out how it can be most effective. I blew off going to law school because I didn't want to be stupid. And I didn't hear about the Rainbow Gatherings again until 1981. I'm in Seattle. I run into this hippie up on Capitol Hill, and he says, I've been up at the Rainbow Gathering up in the Okanagan. I go, Rainbow Gathering? Another one? They had no idea. I was busy. And I wasn't ready until 1991. I'll be done with the epilogue really fast, because I wasn't ready to come back until Vermont 91. Events took me here. I think it was the Dead concert in Chicago, and some sisters said go. So, okay, and I was ready, and I was heartbroken and everything. And when I came here, I had all sorts of institutional premises in my head, and I look around and say, God, they got food stuff going, they got medical care, they got supply, rocking all sorts of events, working on schedule, kinda. I'm going, I want to find out what this organization is. Who's running this show? And I kept asking, well, who's, I was talking to people. Are you one of these? Oh, I'm just cooking this soup. Well, are you the guy? No, talk to him. I'm just digging this hole. And they sent me around in a bunch of circles. And I volunteered at Column, figuring I'd get a left brain answer out of these guys. Eventually, I shut up for a couple, worked my ass off, carried a bunch of wood, and took care of their, their supplies and all that. Finally, I said, okay. Who organized this with you guys? Oh, I had this gear from last year, and I knew Joe, and we got. And then, like a brick in the head hit me, like a giant epiphany. Wait a minute. Everybody just comes and does it. And this shattered all sorts of old shit, But then, and I realized my sister, well, yeah, of course, no. Anything with this many simultaneous intelligent decisions couldn't be made by any organization. Okay? Yeah, that's the whole system's there. And this principle is so sacred to our ability to communicate and cooperate. This consensus is so powerful in our ability to work together and our ability to meet and associate and find out common ground and then go do things. The gatherings, I've since '93 been working my ass off to protect the right to gather. The TCU Free Assembly Project was founded then. But this is an important episode in constitutional history about the right of assembly. As individuals, with that protection personally under the Constitution. That's the way it was written. And no, I don't think speech is supposed to be an emergency where cops take over policy, and that's what the Incident Command movie is about. So I believe we have an important role to play, but it commences in our ability to bear witness in and with each other's eyes. Microphone. Thanks a lot. Yeah. We love Never felt so lucky.
Right. All righty there. Have your say. Oh, hi, I'm Red, as you may well know.
Yes.
I wish I had more memory for you. A little bit farther from the mic. I wish I had more memory for you. It seems so long ago, but I can do like this. I graduated at 17 years old in June of '71, and I had never dated, I'd never got a buzz on, I never smoked anything. Alcohol was like 1 bottle a year for our home, and I headed out. My first birthday, I got my first buzz. I turned on at 18 and drank some alcohol, and then and then I left and went off to Ohio University, and I didn't know that it was such a thing as a party school right there. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a party school, but I was going off to one of the top 10. And I found there was not enough time to study. There was so many fun things to do and meeting all these people. And books I find that weren't in the things I'd signed up for, and it just didn't go well. And then I got high in January, the first night of winter quarter, and I laughed in class because I was just high as a kite and I couldn't write. And the TA came and he says, Mr. Gay, you can't be doing that. You know, oh yes, you know. And then I went off to first taste of my major, first class of spring quarter. And there was already so much going on in campus. I couldn't hardly believe it. I learned all kinds of things. And I did special medicine the night before winter spring quarter started. And I went to see Forest Service 101. And it was nothing to do with forests at all. It was all about curriculum and expectations and things to be bought in the calendar. I said, no, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm done here, and I never went back to class, but I had everything paid for, and I had a dorm, and I had a cafeteria, and plenty of time to just really get into it, you know. And somewhere along the way, I got one of those same invitations. It'd be interesting to know who did Ohio University in Athens, who brought that invitation into town. But I heard it, and again, I got to go. And my kid sister was the runaway. I'd stayed in school through high school, a good boy, and she had been running away. She's younger than me. And I said, all right, and she came with us, and we hitchhiked out of Ohio. And I had never been west, and I never had camped before. And it was just watching the land open and get higher. I got my mind expanded by just seeing the land rise as it went towards Colorado, and then seeing the mountains appear and start to rise up and take more. It's just like, wow. We went to Boulder, and we went to Central Park in Boulder, and there were shuttles to go up through Estes and up and over the top. And we got on this bus, you know, it was a competition to get on the bus. And I had my sister, but then she didn't make it on the bus, you know, but I was on the bus already, and off we went. And we went to the gathering, and I lose a lot of it. I lose a lot of it now. But we kind of milled around. And then that must have been that when they opened those gates or something, because I remember it starting to head up this long road at about 2-3% grade. And the Hare Krishnas were over there on the left, and they were feeding people, you know. And that I'd never seen a Krishna person before, so they were kind of exotic to me. And I didn't know a soul, you know. I didn't know a dang soul. I was unprepared in every way. You know, I got wet when it was cold and the whole thing. And we headed up, and I remember going up that diagonal. We went up that 8 miles. He says 9 miles. And there were little stations every once in a while, and encouragers there to give you water and encouragement. And then you go up to the next one, and up and over the top. And I lose a lot again. But I remember landing on a corner. It would be like just a corner of two trails, probably semi-major. And just like we started a stone soup place. And I met people I didn't know. And then we were other folks that we didn't know each other. And it was this huge crowd, 20, 30,000, you know. And I just like had this really kind of disjointed experience. But it started to come together because there was love up there, you know. And I was uninformed about all the, you know, the spiritual aspects of it, but people were telling me, oh, there was this and that. And I did see the outline of the buffalo, and it was like across the whole side of a thing, as big as that band of trees that you had know, and it was amazing. And then I heard we were going to Table Mountain. I didn't know what that was, and I just was reminded standing, you know, while I was sitting here about that, and getting up and going, oh, everybody's trooping off to another place for July 4th, you know. And I was just astounded by it all, you know, and
You still are.
yeah, I still are, you know. I still are. And the rest of it would just go into bio, you know. And if you want to talk about what I did next and how I got here, that's fine, you know. 73, I didn't make it. That was the first Wyoming one. I went off. I left to Boulder. We spent a lot of time in Boulder drinking and living in the mountains in those days and coming down the dumpster and stuff. And then from then on, so I'm ready to hand this to this brother here, because that's, you know.
Yeah, it's all right.
I never said my name. You all, yes, I did. I said my name is Red. You know.
That's right, Red.
Yeah.
They want to introduce themselves. Say your name, bro.
Hi, my name is Ray. This is the first time I've ever held a mic. I almost never talk to people. And to talk like this means something matters to me really a lot. And the rainbow does, and especially the prayer. And having been at the first prayer, it still is in my DNA. It really was big. I was a hippie who lived on Gaskin's farm in Tennessee, and I was hitchhiking to the Zen Center in San Francisco when I heard about this gathering thing. I'd been to a lot of rock festivals, a lot of big demonstrations, and when I got to Colorado, it wasn't a lot of people compared to those other things. It was just different. I hiked up that really steep mountain, and I was in really good shape in those days. I don't know if anybody who hiked up that mountain could do it again. Anyway, I was up. Yeah, I was up on top, and there were fires everywhere, and it was a kind of chaotic feeling to me. And people came to me and said, "Hey, you want to fast, be in silence, and hike to the top of this Arapaho holy mountain and pray for peace?" And I said, "Yeah, that's exactly what I want." And we hiked. My memory is, of course, different than everyone else's, but I want to weave my thread into it because my thread's a little bit different. And we hiked what I believe was 9 miles up to Table Mountain. It was dawn when I got to the base of the mountain. We went up on top in silence. I was fasting. I think everybody was fasting. We meditated however we do, and I had my ways to meditate. I just prayed for peace. And then I believe I heard conch shells. And I was a conch shell blower back on the farm, so it meant come on. So I went to where I heard the conch shells, and there were, I remember, like 5,000 people in this little kind of indentation in the mountainside. And it was the biggest group meditation I'd ever been in. It was 5,000 people. I was used to maybe 500, but not 5,000.
That's right.
And we were in silence. And we stayed in silence for a long time, and there wasn't a lot of antsiness about coming out of silence. And then we owned, and we owned a long time. It was a powerful ohm. I yearned to hear that ohm again. It was really long and powerful. And then we started singing songs from every tradition in praise of the one love, in praise of Jah, in praise of God, in praise of the goddess, from all traditions, Christian, Hindu, Buddhist, Native American. And there was no bickering, and there was no like people not into it. Everybody was into it. And we did it for a long time. And then somebody who had it together, who planned all this stuff, brought fruit. I think it was watermelons. I think it was the first watermelons.
Oh.
And it was like, oh, well, did I have low blood sugar and want fruit? And then it was like the holiest fruit. And then we hiked back to the gathering. And, you know, it was like 9 miles again. And when we hiked up, we had flashlights, and some people had torches. And it was like out of some medieval ancient world. And when we came back, we were all singing together. We kept singing together. One of the songs I remember was that Divine Light Mission. It was like, we are one in the Spirit. We kept singing that. And we were such a cohesive, powerful group of people. And we went into this gathering where there were probably 20, 25,000 people. Drum circles around fires. It was raging that night. And we came in with all this energy that was so focused. And we came in, and it just like doubled the intensity. And that's what I remember.
Whoa.
You can call me Avocado Slim or Slim. None of these people really know me, and they probably wonder what I'm doing up here. In the summer of 1972, I graduated from the oldest public school in the United States, Boston Latin School. And I knew I couldn't go to war. And I knew I couldn't work a job, and I knew I couldn't go to college anymore because I'd had it. With $50 in my pocket, I went west. I hitchhiked from Newton Corner, Massachusetts, on the Mass Pike going west. I ended up in Colorado to go to the Rainbow Gathering. Okay. Okay. I ended up in Granby on my way to the Rainbow Gathering, and then I heard that the Governor Love, had closed the gates. Nobody could go in, so I left.
You're a little bit close. Right about there.
So I left and I didn't go to the gathering. Although I traveled around the country with no money for the rest of the summer, and I had a personal awakening, a personal rainbow gathering. And ever since then, I've been traveling around the world. Wherever you go, you take the spirit of the rainbow with you. You have a rainbow gathering every minute of your day. I finally got to the gathering in 1980 in North Carolina and Pennsylvania, and happy to be here today.
And listen, he is for all those other people that aren't here today, too. Because there are a lot of people still coming and probably out on this stage.
I didn't hear this brother's name.
Oh, did you say?
Avocado Slim.
My name is Avocado Slim. You can call me Nico, though.
Okay, Diamond Dave.
Listen, I know it's been a long day, and I'm going to speak in a little bit here again. Some of you heard me earlier, but I really wanted to get some of us on the record. And but I just wanted to introduce here to one of the coolest people I have ever met in my life. I cannot say enough about this brother right here. But I really want to say is, this is one of the most well-read historians, herstories, and hipstorians. He is a poet of high renown. He is known in every street, in every squat, in every wild street, among all the wild bands of this entire earth. This is Diamond Dave, who is a peacemaker. He is an activist extraordinaire. He was there when I was living in a tree in Golden Gate Park in 1966. Diamond Dave was Dave, and he was out in those streets too. And he's going to speak about that a little bit because that's roots. Diamond Dave Whitaker, all the way.
Well, what do I say now? How do I be any kind of living verbal proof of all that stuff? But it's true that this event, the Hipstery 1972, began with a mention of the old time, the Haight-Ashbury on which this came. I turned 30 on that street that some called Love, others called Hate Street, 1967. And this is bringing me back. I came a little later to the gathering. In fact, as a story that the woman who you mentioned as the, what did you call her, Maritza?
The Queen of Haight-Ashbury.
The Queen of the Haight-Ashbury brought him to the gathering. Then a few years later, Washington 80, she was my, we were a team. We were a couple. We were down there, the Queen of the Haight-Ashbury, 1970, 1980 is a little later. Yeah, exactly, 81. 8th Street. And she, she's the one who brought me to my first gathering also. That's what we're talking about. So, Maritza, here we be. As you see, she was a belly dancer, a poet, and generally an amazing human being. You had to know her, is that right?
That's right.
That's right.
I know her.
From the island of Ischia, in the Bay of Naples.
Oh.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. But anyway, I love the spirit. She's in a place, I talk to her every week up in the hill, where you can go in and you can't go out, because because you go in but you can't go out. You can only go out from me within an hour. But anyway, diggers we are called. How many people have heard of the diggers?
The diggers. Yeah.
Well, I believe that's what we were doing. Came out of the mime troupe. people, you mentioned the Living Theater. It was the idea of kicking out the fourth wall in the theater of the absurd, is what I said. When I say no to you. But anyway, somewhere in '67, it was after the gathering. It was after the gathering of the tribes, the human being. I was there. Osley passing out the best LSD.
Yes.
Osley, I said, do you remember that? This was the first time as the gathering of the tribes. This is the first time we looked around. I said, oh my goodness, there's a lot of us. Quite a few others. And it also was the passing of the torch. Allen Ginsberg was there just back from India with his Buddhist chants. Is that right?
That's right.
Timothy Leary said, turn in, tune on, tune in, and drop out. How many of us then they crucified for him? But how many here people believe their life has been just that? Turn on, tune in, drop out. But somewhere along the line, a song came. We'd almost all sing it. Scott McKenzie. Come to San Francisco and wear some flowers in your hair.
Oh.
You'll meet some friendly people there. You ever hear that?
Yes.
I did that.
Fuck yeah, he did it. Fuck yeah. And so there's a few hundred of us who are really active. This is a digger, and so they're all coming. Who's going to feed them? Where are they going to stay? What's going to be going on? So he constantly, some people out of the mime troupe. Some people of us who would come out and were anarcho kind of street fighting men. Communards came together and called ourselves the Diggers. And we started feeding people every day, thanks to the church around the corner on Waller, feeding people every day. Oh, White Horse. Oh, I thought that was part of the story. The White Horse that came down 8th Street, proclaiming and but anyway, so it's back. We were feeding people every day. We opened the free store. Now here, the thick of things where this rainbow gathering began. Feeding people on the street, on the Panhandle. Food Not Bombs Diggers is today, still doing it. Having a free store, which got bigger and bigger. Yeah, because people really got into all these poor people coming from everywhere. Let's donate all kinds of stuff. And so the free store started as the Free Paper Reference. Then it got a larger building, a larger storefront next to the Krishnas, and then a whole big storefront called where that was called the Free Store. And we had a whole chain of various communes and so on, moved in squats and so on. We were there. We were sheltering draft dodgers and AWOLs fleeing the war. Long-haired urban guerrillas. This is all that. This was that time. And I think this is pretty much the idea of free, the idea of coming together with one another, the idea of dancing in the streets, in Hate Street, and I think all of those are the seeds of the very fact that we're here now. Is that right?
That's right.
Fuck yeah. We're here now, and I started as a beatnik in '57. Mike Messenger by day, beatnik by day and night. It was 1957. Oh my goddess. And I was in 7th having a non-linear dart on the urban checkerboard. And I think it's that non-linear charge on the checkerboard which brings the rainbow gathering together around the idea that we can do more together than any of us can do on our own. In fact, we'll end with the poem, how it works.
Yes.
This was a rainbow guide for a while. It was kind of official, unofficial, but this is what came to me. How it works. But take what you need. Give what you can. Where you can. When you can. However you can. In other words, lend a hand. What happens then? Strangers become friends. Friends become family. Family becomes community. And community is on the move. That's our movement. Is that right? Yes. From the outside world, we can say, Bernie, Trump. Bernie, Trump. And here we are. Community. Because we were brought together for a reason. And that reason is that we love one another. Is that right?
Yeah.
We were brought together for a reason, and that reason is that we heal one another. Is that right?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. We were brought together, that's my punk rock side. We were brought together for a reason, and that reason is that we complete one another. Is that right?
Oh, yes.
Brought together for a reason, that reason is we complement one another. Is that right?
Yes.
And here's what I'm talking about. Like what? Yin and yang, left and right, up and down, old and young, man and woman, rock and roll. And since we're living in a new time, and I want to be accused of being accused of this, is what I say in this new time. Transgendering all past categories. We welcome all cool folk out here on the cutting edge of cultural, political, social, and personal change. Welcome to the Rainbow Brothers and Sisters. All genders, welcome. Is that right? And here I be, 1/3 beatnik, 1/3 hippie, and 1/3 punk as fuck. Right here. Thank you.
Diamond Dave! Last one, then you. Just him, then you.
In the rough.
Garrick.
Multifaceted.
Two things. One,
Garrick.
We're going to walk around here, and if you're a gardener, you want to try to be a gardener, you can reach your hand in and take out a little packet of the Hopi Blue Corn, the real deal, grown continuously since then. And the other thing, when I was starting to talk, I asked the question, why do these stories really matter? Is it just great adventures? I think the answer hardly lies right here with us. I think it really lies with the gatherings that are happening in way out there, really oppressed places. There's been gatherings in eastern Turkey. There's been gatherings in Tajikistan. You got places like that, and you've got who's there? You got Sunni, you got Shia, you got Jews, you got Christians, you got kids from Amsterdam with probably hashish. You've got Russians, Chechens, Donetskians, Ukrainians, all there, all doing this. So the answer to the cynical question, oh, you think you're going to get everybody to be in peace by living in tents in the woods, is, you know what? If people come and hang out in tents in the woods, and their children learn each other's games, and their cooks and chefs learn each other's recipes, and their storytellers and wise people learn each other's mythologies and philosophies, then there can be peace.
Oh.
Yeah. So we're gonna walk around and have some Hopi corn and carry on.
All right. So my name is Marty Levin. My name is Marty Levin, and it's really an honor to be able to say anything to this assemblage. I came to the first two gatherings, and my story starts when I was in the Army, and I was sitting on my Army cot with that coarse blanket they gave everybody, and they delivered the Stars and Stripes, which is the Army newspaper, to me. And on the front page was something that changed my life profoundly. And what it was the first love-in in a park in San Francisco. When I saw that picture, I said, "Get me home! Get me home!" And that's all I could think of. I don't know why, but I knew. That's what I wanted. And it wasn't much of a story, but it just spoke to me. It just jumped right out at me. And there was the proverbial beautiful young lady with a flower in her hair. And I said, yes, that's what I want to do. So
That's what I want to do. Yeah, I bet you said.
Even before I left Germany, where I was stationed, I don't know what possessed me. I went into a clothing store and I got this hippie shirt. I didn't even know what it was to be a hippie, but I got a hippie shirt, huge paisley on it, orange and yellow and green. I still remember that. I kept that shirt for 30 years, and then finally it just disappeared. And when I got home, I said, what is it to be a hippie, I want to be a hippie. So I knew, I found out little by little, hippies were people who loved great music. 10 years after, Mountain, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, all these great groups, and so I immersed myself in the music. Of course, I started smoking grass for the first time, and I tried to be a hippie. I didn't know what it was. A hippie is you grow your hair long. I grew my hair long. And no, at first I should say I became a beatnik before I became a hippie. I had a goatee, I wore a beret, and I wore shades, you know. And then I evolved into, you know, the whole hippie-dom thing. And little by little, I realized, oh, the real essence of being hippie is really about love. It really was about love. And I loved about love. I loved the idea of love. And I tried to develop myself. And the next thing I knew, I was, you know, with a group of freaks. We called them freaks at that time. And I learned from them about what it was to commune with one another. Next thing you know, I was on the road as a hippie for about a year and a quarter, hitchhiking across the country. It was an experience that just changed my life. And I remember, you know, just doing it all, just having a fantastic experience, crashing here and there and everywhere. And, you know, being on a railroad car on the top, you know, in a sleeping bag. Somehow I slept on top, didn't get killed, didn't roll off. I don't know how that happened. Wow. And then after that, I ended up in Colorado. It was the most mystical thing. And so, of course, I heard about the gathering. And, of course, I say, oh, gotta get there. And I went to the gathering. And I remember I had this huge Army duffel bag. And I trucked up the mountain everybody was talking about. And it was, to me, it was like a 45-degree angle. I don't know about the rest of you. But I remember trucking up that mountain saying, gotta get there. Gotta get there, gotta get there. And it seemed like forever, but I had tremendous energy because I knew, to me it was the promised land. I just heard just enough about it. And I remember hearing people along the way, welcome home. I'm gonna get emotional. And I started tearing up because I had never heard that before. And that gave me the strength and the energy to get to the top. And when I got there, it felt like the promised land. I saw people communing in ways that I had dreamed about. And I saw, you know, the fires, and I heard the music, and I had brought a harmonica, you know, a couple harmonicas with me, and I just immersed myself into the music and the communal aspect of it all. And the first time somebody hugged me and said, welcome home, I just burst into tears. And I remember there's been this long, long line. I think it was by the love camp. I think that's where I plunked myself because I love the word love. And so I said, this is where I'm going to stay. And so I ate the food at the communal kitchen that the love people had, and they were full of love. And I was transformed very soon after I arrived. And I remember this long line of drummers. And I loved, you know, hand drumming at the time. But I started dancing. And I remember going into this sort of an alternate consciousness, and I started doing the Maasai dance. I wasn't trying to do it, but I was doing it, and I realized in the aftermath that I was an African in a previous lifetime. It was a very, very profound and a transformational experience for me that to this day I can still feel it and remember the imagery of that. And all I can say is that, you know, that gathering completely revolutionized my life. It totally changed my life. And I brought that back into my life in terms of loving people and embracing everybody that I could. And the strangest thing happened. Oh, then I went to the second one in Wyoming. But then after that, it took me, 42 years till this gathering. And every year, to come back. Every year I would feel the pull, the rainbow gathering, but it never lined up. It just never lined up for some reason. And every year I just felt this pull, and I felt this great sadness. I didn't make it this year. And it was like, I had, Buddhist activities. I chant Nam Myoho Renge Kyo. I was practicing, Buddhism with the SGI, Nichiren Buddhism. And so there was always these humongous cultural events that I felt like I should support right at the 4th of July. And we had a lot of preparation time. So that went on for about 20 or 30 years. And then every year after that, when we didn't have these cultural extravaganzas, I said, I got to make it to the Rainbow Gathering, but I could never seem to get a ride. And for some reason, it just never worked out until this year. Holy shit!
Welcome home, brother!
Holy shit! I hope that you can censor that if you want to. All I know is when I got here, it was quite a struggle, bringing in all our stuff, and as soon as it took us about 2.5 hours, we came in the dark down, that long road. I had so much stuff. It was so hard to get up in through the mud and the trail. But the first time I heard somebody say, "Welcome home," I just burst into tears. I just remembered. And all I can say is that keep on spreading the love. Keep on spreading it, because this is a dark world we're living in a sense. The reality is there's a lot of darkness in terms of one war after another, after another, after another. And so many crazy things going on. This is the antidote. This is the antidote. And also I go to a men's gathering called MMG. It's Mass Men's Gathering. That's the antidote. Wherever people can come in and spread the love, bond with one another, show another way of life. This is so important that we continue to do this kind of work. Thank you. Thank you. We love you. And welcome home. Thank you. All right. All right. I've been here for a long time now.
You really need the mic.
I started out, well, this thing started out earlier today. I was actually 27 years old. And now I'm, look at me.
Would you say your name?
So, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good.
How's the production? Okay, let's see. You guys okay?
Now,
Okay. Well, please say your name.
my name is Barry Adams, and I'm called Plunker because I plunk this instrument, which I call a plunker. And I've told the hipstery many years, and but I never really got into some parts, which have come along, and I'm sort of putting on the record for the generations. So, may seem kind of odd to you, but I was sitting up in the sky. I was over in the compost heap. It's where all the angels up there throw off their wings and extra strings and things. And there's a whole lot of free souls just like me there, you see. And I was asked by the Great Spirit to come see. Next thing I know, you see, because the Great Spirit was looking out, saw a light. And one of the helpers said, "Hey, Earth needs help again." And they looked around. There wasn't anybody left. They'd already had Jesus and Buddha and Muhammad and, Gandhi and just about everybody you can think of has already been sent in. So the Great Spirit says, "Well, who's left?" And the helper said, "We don't know anyone." The Spirit looked over and said, "What about all them free souls over there in the compost pit? What about them? They're about the last." So the next thing I know, I stand in front of the Great Spirit. The Great Spirit said, "Will you go? Because I'm a free soul on earth and in the sky." And I said, "Well, I ain't like Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, or any of the rest of them. I can't tell one from another. I can't figure out who's good and who ain't. It's got to be anyone I hold in my heart and any that they hold in their heart. And they come home,
then I'm in. And I must have been all right because I was born. I was born in June 1945 in the full moon of Christ. I was born at the same moment that the great veil was rent after all the pain of the wars and the Depression. I was born in the moment that Alice A. Bailey received from this Tibetan brother what was called the Great Invocation, the Point of Light prayer. I learned this many years later. I was born in Montana, the mountain. My people lived in Wolf Creek. Sign, Plains language for people, it's wolf. Same for wolf and for people. The sign for peace. When you meet somebody on the trail, old sign language. My people were wild. They came out of Quebecois. My family is called the Rock, the Stone. I come from France. We come from Nova Scotia. Some of my people are Vikings. I'm genetically related to them. One of my great whatevers is John Hancock, that signed the Declaration of Independence. My people came into Montana before Lewis and Clark. And they traded and lived for years and freighted. We lived among the tribes. Some of my people lived among the tribes all these years. I lived with 9 tribes in Montana. So I grew up around tribal people. But I grew up white. In Montana, white on white, and then there's Indian, which ain't right. So all the time we fight. I grew up in a feuding family. No different than the Martins and the Coys and all of them. I grew up in what I call the fist. For entertain my people for over 60 years. Went to one saloon about every Friday and Saturday night, and they'd wait. Anyone that came in the door, man or woman, they'd kick their ass. They'd push into them, start a fight, and whoop them. If they didn't find anybody else, they'd start on each other at midnight. I grew up in a dirt floor shack with an outdoor shitter. I come from really dirt poor people. I lived at the end of the hill. All the rich people lived up on the hill, and it was warm, and we was cold. And we were rough. My people fought. I fought my brothers and sisters every day that I was alive, and they were alive with me in our home. And when we went out, we fought everyone we met. I was only little, about yay high to a jackrabbit. For whatever reason, when I was about 3 or 4 years old, I was out at my granny's place in Wolf Creek, Montana, along to Dearborn. And about after my dad had pulled freight and hit the rope. And these 2 brothers came out of a sky in a canoe. And they came down where I was playing by the spring. And they talked me into taking a ride with them. And for whatever reason, now, of course, somebody had cried, "Get them!" But in those days, there wasn't anybody else but me. So I took a ride in the sky, and they took me all the way over to a place which I later learned to be the Skagit Valley, where Marble Mount, Washington is. They land me in a river, which is called the Skagit. And right there is where there's 2 valleys that come to one. There's 2 rivers that come to one. And one of them rivers is the Cascade. One of those rivers is the Skagit. They formed the Skagit. They took me up the Cascade, little ways in that canoe. They got me out. They walked me down this road. They walked me into this land about this size, not very much, about 10 acres. There's a whole bunch of people there. They did that with me many times as I grew up. I went there. They took me other places. They took me on trips across the universe. They took me to other worlds. They showed me many things. Hard to understand maybe some of this I'm saying to you, but they took me into the cities of the sky. They took me into the cities in the earth. And I was just a kid. So I thought this was all what? My imagination at play, of course. They took me to a place, kind of a wild, raucous place, and they introduced me to a woman who was to be my wife. I had these dreams and things all the time when I was a kid. I became an alcoholic as a kid. I was a kid alcoholic. I smoked cigarettes. My brothers, in my family, I got a cigar and a shot of whiskey when I was about 3 and 4 years old. That's how I started out. And I smoked for a long time. So I got up, I milked cows. My people were all hard workers in the woods. My people were at the Forest Service, a lot of them. Every year in spring roundup, after the branding and all of that, my people out there in Wolf Creek, they all got together, they went up the river, went on to what's National Forest and have a gathering. And they'd all, the adults would get drunk, the kids would all rip off beer, and we'd all play baseball. And at the end, after we all partied, our people would go like this. Okay, you kids, clean up all the litter, pick up all them damn beer cans and get that stuff up out of there. And that's what we did. We cleaned up after ourselves. One of my cousins told me that one 4th of July, we had over 500 people gathered. Not one law enforcement officer ever came around us. My people were the people who lived in the woods. And we were a community. It wasn't just my blood family. It was the whole community. Now there's a book about that. So I went in the military when I was 17. John Kennedy, Martin Luther King. Serve your country. So I'm just like all the other fools. So in June 7, 1963, I joined the military, the Navy. Voluntarily. I went in about a month later, the government, while I was in training, they drugged me. They didn't bother to tell me. Probably LSD and a drug called BZ. And what it was like, something like PCP. And then they put me through behavior modification. And then they sent me to spy school for the National Security Agency, Pensacola, Florida, Corey Field. I was in the 2nd class. I had roughly the same job as Chelsea Manning had when he turned over all his evidence to WikiLeaks. I was then sent, after being in spy school, I was sent across over to Guam. I spied on Americans. I spied on allies. We spied on everybody. I listened in on conversations across the world. I listened to trains, and they were bombed away. Because about August 1964, when I got to Guam, we had the Gulf of Tonkin happen, and I was one of the 10,000 listeners that gathered in the info that was sent to the President of the United States, and out of that, Johnson decided he would start what they called the Vietnam conflict, which was a UN conflict, by the way, just like Korea. Now, I got family buried in France. I got family that's fought in every war that's ever been, because my people are warriors and fighters. So I kind of flipped out, you might say. Came to a place in my mind where I couldn't handle what was going on, and began sort of a resistance inside the Navy against the war. And then I was through a couple of situations where, I don't know if you ever seen the movie Dr. Strangelove or, well, I was in that kind of situation. I was with people who were just like those kind of crazy people. They wanted to have a war. This is in 1965. The planes were even in the air. So, you know, I'm kind of flipped out. I get out. I come back. I'm stationed near Skaggs Island, which is a spy base. It used to be next north of San Francisco. Anti-submarine warfare, all that. So on my days off, I started hitchhiking into San Francisco. And I went to start living in Golden Gate Park because I had no money. And I looked kind of funny. I was straight looking, you know. I had no hair. I had some hair because I didn't like to get haircuts, but they'd march me down and give me haircuts. By that time, I was kind of not, the Navy didn't like me much. January 1966, I walked down Haight Street, and I'm walking down this street out of Golden Gate Park, and I run into these 5 people. One brother named Cheshire Cat, a gal named Lady Jane, a guy named British John because he was from Britain, a woman named Dina, and a brother named Gandalf, who was the first living story being I ever met. And they were walking down the street in all kinds of robes and flying cream. This is January 66, and they stopped me and they kind of talked to me, and they were pretty soon they were telling me, and they said, "Whoa, we love you." And where I come from, the words love, I ain't really sure. I've never heard anybody say that to me before. I wasn't really sure about that. Maybe once. You know, not too sure, but maybe once. But here I went, whoa, how could you people love me? You don't even know me. And they said, oh, we love everything. I said, how can you love everything? They said, we love everything. And I said, wow, you can't love the war. I'm in the Navy and all that. He said, we love you. We love everything that exists. We live all there is, all of creation. And I went, wow, I never even heard about people even loving each other, let alone all of that. So anyway, that blew my mind. And I went to a crash pad called the British Embassy because it was like, you know, British John. Dina, by the way, lives in Spokane. She had twin daughters on the Haight Street. And they are now this big. And she lives in Spokane. I lost track of all the rest of them. They were street people. They lived in what was called a crash pad. Now, in January 66, we went to the little dance. I got out in September 66, and I started living in this tree in Golden Gate Park. The winos taught me how to dumpster dive. They taught me how to eat out of the garbage cans, and they, because they had me doing their dumpster diving for them because I could walk. Okay. And I had people in the park. There was 8 people that lived in the park. One man had lived there for over 40 years. He was hid out well, and he had him a scene that wouldn't believe, which I'll talk about some other time. But these brothers taught me how to live with nothing. And that was like in September 66. A couple months later, and there was 12 people actually living in the street. I mean, I was in the street. We went out. We'd meet in the Dunkin' Donuts. We'd meet in a place called Tracy's Coffee Shop and hang out all night long. And right on Haight Street. And then a couple of months later, along came the electric Kool-Aid acid test at Longshoreman's Hall with Wavy and all of them characters. And boom. And this guy said, reporter, there are hippies in the Haight. And boom, we were gone. Thousands of people, 2,000 people showed up like that. And they're living in the streets. And I went out to the print mint, this here shop that had rock and roll and all of that and posters. And I'm in there and I'm sitting in there and this woman walks in the door. And I walk over and she's like looking at a bulletin board and I look at her and I say, I know this might sound kind of strange, but I know that you and I are to be married. And she said, whoa, who are you? I ought to take you home and examine you. Which she, in her own way, of course. Her name is Ellen Kreindel. She's Hebrew from New York City. She was the woman in my dreams as a child.
She brought my dreams back to me. About a week later, I met a brother named Chuck, and he is from Marble Mount, Washington, and he lives in Concrete, Washington right now. And I met him on Haight Street, and he was just in, and 1967, we had this here gathering in Golden Gate Park and Speedway Meadows on Easter Sunday. And there was thousands. I'm not going to talk about the human being. I've done about it all day and other people, but we had this gathering. We're out there drumming. We all become one. There's like hundreds of us out there and they're just drumming away, and there's a shaft of light that just goes straight into the sky, and people are traveling into the shaft of light and coming down again and going into the universe and coming back, and we're all there, and it's like really one mind vibrations. And out of the middle of all that comes these 5 people, and they're in suits and ties, and they're, instead of being all radiant and bright and all of that, they're kind of like gray looking. And for some reason they come walk right up to me and they go, ba ba ba, and they're talking about their daughter being missing, runaway, da ba 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 ba, and I say, we have to reach this, the one mind. We're all speaking to one another in the mind. We're going, ba 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 ba. We got to reach these people. So I asked them. I said, "Where are you from?" Thinking they would think, "Aha, their heart," right? And they would be right there with us. And they just boom, and we'd all be in. They said, "New Jersey." New Jersey? I couldn't figure out where New Jersey was. Nobody else could either. But that set me on the path, because I discovered that out there was the gray and people living in the gray. And so my partner Ellen, my wife at the time, because I married her in Golden Gate Park, and my partner Chuck, and we went up through Montana. We went down into Colorado. We went to Boulder, Colorado, May 28, 1968 at 1:28 in the afternoon, where a bunch of other people showed up. The sky was completely blue, and within the blue there was a cross, perfect cross, blue in blue. And right in there was over 100 people had showed up, including a guy named Don Kelsey. He came from Florida, and he had like 30 people with him, and he was called the Mountain Man. And I had a big brother of mine came out of Haight Street, and he was 6'9". His name was Ken, and he was a wizard of high renown, and he was something else. And so then we all of a sudden had a gathering up in the mountains, and we're up there, and we're sitting on the side of the hill, and we'd like build little shacks in the mountains, little things. We're up there above Netherland, the National Forest living, and we have no idea what they're up there for. But a crew named Jason and Diane brought a 12-foot cross they hitchhiked with from Los Angeles. And they're like determined that this is going to happen on June 21st. And so we all got together. And by the way, Walter Cronkite came out and sat on the mountain with us. This is Walter Cronkite. I'm here in the mountains of Colorado. I'm here with these people who are called hippies. They have come here because they believe this is going to be the end of the world. They are waiting for a spaceship to come with golden steps. And while he's saying this, it's true, while he's saying that, behind him, you'll see in this little square, it's right there, you'll see this little fire, and you see a coffee pot, and you see this hand reach out there to get that coffee pot. Well, that's my. So then, on June 21st, 1968, we walked 7 miles to Sugarloaf Mountain. We went up on the mountain. We took the cross. They set it down. We all sat there in a little circle. We went, what are we doing here? Man, were we tired. But then my brother, his name was John John. He came up like this, and he took his, I had a little stick like this, a little bigger. He takes it like this, and he holds it in front of the cross. He has a dog, shepherd dog. He lived like a wild man. If there was anyone in these days and age that ate bees and honey, it'd be this brother John. And he reaches like this up in the sky, and when he does like, there's a little pencil of light just comes right into the center of that little thing, and it comes right down, right into him, it comes right to his feet. Then it forms a little pool of light like that, boom, 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 comes out, boom, boom, boom. Takes us all, gets a little pool of light on our whole circle, picks the whole entire top of this mountains. We fly around the valley, and we sit down. And he hands me back my stick, and he walks on. And we all went, okay. What the hell was that? But at the same time, you see, and then of course we all went in different directions. But I had a house on Pleasant Street in Boulder. I just went and got it, and I turned it into a sanctuary house, me and Ellen. And I said, went and had the mayor come to town, the police, chief of police. We had, I had an agreement that a house that had sanctuary, it was God's house. I was deep, I'm a deep, by the way, I'm a Jesus Taoist. I'm deep in Jesus, the anointed. You know, Jesus, 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 us, just us. And then there is Jesus. A little bit like that. So I invited them all. We went to the churches. We began to shake their hand and hug them in the churches. And pretty soon it spread. It went all over the world, as a matter of fact. Just to let you know, little things. From little things, big things grow. But I had the mayor, chief of police over for dinner. You know, dumpster food. They didn't really know. But we fed them. And then I got an agreement from the chief of police and the judge and the mayor that this house was sanctuary. If anyone was in the house, they wouldn't come and take them. You know. And then in one house come one day, this crew out of New York City, and they were called Up Against the Wall Motherfuckers. And they were badass as you could believe. And they'd just been in New York City. And they had been there, and the police had lined them up against the wall, and it said, if you don't leave, we're going to shoot every one of you down dead. And you know there's a Gracie Slick Jefferson Airplane song about that, Up Against the Wall Motherfuckers. Yeah. Well, where they went, because they left town, is they came to Boulder, Colorado, the Pleasant House. They walked in. They were like, oh, what they now be called, like the dirty kids, bunkers of all the, and they were like, rah, 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 we're the motherfuckers, rah, 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 rah. And I went, well, I'd just like you to know, I don't like that name. I don't like using that word, so I'm going to call you something else. So I'm going to call you, they had all these STP patches on it because they ate that drug and they, you know, the STP oil. I said, I'm going to call you the STP. And they became the STP family. And then they become the Buccaneers, and then the Buccaneers came John, Crazy John, and Sonny, and so many of our people, and they lived up the mountains, and we were all kind of wild. But when all of that was up in the mountains, we had about 200 people still. And then one night, these two guys rolled in with a pickup and a pistol, 45. They got out, fired off the gun. Everybody gathered around. They said, we want that sister right there. Boom. We want that woman. Nobody did nothing. And one of my brothers, my sweet brother, my leader brother, my mountain man, I am the leader brother, Don. He stepped up. Come on, come on. But no one stepped up with him, you see. Because he was the leader. And they beat him down and left him scarred. And then they assaulted the woman and they left laughing. And that was the day we sort of launched what I call the Tactical Love Force. The idea that we had to do something. Just like in the crash pads in Haight-Ashbury. We had, if you were in a crash pad, and the gangers that came, the speed freaks started busting in on the crash pad. Two things happened. Either you had people that was get up and bar the door, and everybody went to the windows and the doors and kept them all out, or people started running, and then you knew to run away. Well, we started the Tactical Love Force, the TLF, right that day. Just like the Carnies, hey Rube, they all come running. We use the same kind of thing at Wheeler's Ranch that Feather was talking about. It's Gadaba. I mean, hey, wow, look out, what's going on? So, I want to get on here. I went to New York City. To where Ellen came from. I went to her family. I went to the Hebrew people. I'm part of their tribe. I married in. They ain't throwed me out. They didn't really ask for me, but here I am. Okay? I found all kind of things, but then her and I moved into 44th Street between 8th and 9th Avenue in New York City. And we had a little tiny apartment about as long as this here stage. And every day when I went to work, I would ride up and down in the subways, buses, or walk, and I'd sing. And I would, talk to people. Hey, good to see you in the morning there, brother. I like your tie. I think you're all right, brother. Oh, I like how you're wearing your hair there, sister. Ooh, you on your way to work? I respect that. I love you now. Hey, are you out there? Hey, brother. And they just go, what in the hell is this? But I just sang to them anyway, right? I used to sing on the streets just for kids. I don't sing very well, but I do sing loud. Anyway, so, and occasionally people would come up to me and go, who the heck are you? And I'd go, well, I'm not really a nobody, but come on over to my house. We sit in circles and get dizzy, And so I had circles every night at my house, and then I heard this thing from this guy named Ram Dass. He said, no matter what sound you hear, don't let it interrupt whatever you're in. What you want to do is take that sound and make it part of your own. Right? So when the airplane come over in Colorado in 72, we all just incorporated the ohm of the airplane, which they used to send all the time. So if you incorporate that ohm in every sound and feel the vibration, then we all kind of grow too, right? Anyway, I was sitting there in a circle one day in New York City, and we had a couple things happen. Oh, yeah. I should mention we had on Christmas Day, 1968, in Sheep Meadows, we had a circle of silence for peace. And for the appearance, for me, of course, of Jesus, And so I go, the day before on Christmas Eve Day, we go, wow, we should go and invite Bob Dylan. So we jump in a rig, and we race out of New York City the same day that Beatles released Today's Your Birthday, right? So we're all singing that. And we're head up to Woodstock. We finally find Bob Dylan's house, knock on the door. He opens the door, and I say, Dada, we'd like to invite you to come to this thing the next day. And he says, where are you from? I say, Montana, da-da-da-da. And we shake hands. He says, I can't come, I have a guest. And actually, it turned out it was George Harrison was inside. And but I didn't know about that for years. But anyway, so he said, graciously, come back some Sunday. And then he wrote a song about that, by the way. It's something about the Wildcats from Montana. His friends come by my door way back when. It's like that. It's one of his old songs. Anyway, so the next day we had a Circle for Peace. And we called it a homecoming. And welcome home. And on the front page of the New York Times, the New York Daily News, and all the newspapers in New York, it said, homecoming today. Welcome home. Because you know why? Because the astronauts are coming back from the moon. And the only place they could see, historically, you can check it out, and that they could see Houston, Texas, where their families were, and New York City. And that's where we were. And there was maybe, 30 of us. And it was cold as hell. But anyway, I was sitting in a circle one eve. My brothers came to me, and they tapped me on the shoulder. They took me into the sky. They walked me through the city. They took me to this big hall of records. They walked me over this window. By this window, this giant book just started opening up like this, and then it stopped. And then I saw, which I don't usually talk about, but I saw two things. I saw one, Spirit sitting in the sky and seeing the earth light up, and it was that we had fired ourselves up and blown ourselves away in nuclear war. And we just had returned literally to being rays of light that we once were instantly by destroying ourselves. Boom! Flip side. I saw a tree. I saw a circle. I saw a gathering. I saw what I saw when I was a child. And these brothers took me in a canoe and showed me these places. And I went, whoa. And then I left New York City, and they brought me back to the body. And I left about 2 weeks later. I left New York City. I hitchhiked west with my friends. My friends got off in San Francisco. I hitchhiked on. I hitchhiked all the way to Alaska. I sat on the bay in Anchorage, Alaska, after 11 days on the road, on the Alcan Highway, no food, all that stuff, boom, bah. I sat there and I'm like, wow, okay, what? I was taken out of the body. I was taken right to the top of the world, right there by where the Rocky Mountains begin. You'll see where the Rocky Mountains, there's a natural cross that runs across the world. There are lines of force that run in every direction from them. One wall runs down the Great Wall of China, all of this. One was the Aleutian Chain, where they set off the bomb on Amchitka Island in November 17th, 1971, and started, it was like the crack of the world, and they actually cracked the world, just like a karate blow to the world, and set up the earth shift and change. It's going on now. But I saw, and I rolled down the Rocky Mountains, and I got near Aspen, Colorado, and I saw this giant aspen tree. And I lived up on Independence Pass with some of our family already. And there we got this giant aspen tree, just like, whoom. And I said, whoa, I knew all the gatherings to be near Aspen, Colorado. So I flew back to, a brother brought me a plane. I flew back to San Francisco. I went looking for my friends, Ellen Light and David Light. And they, my wife, Ellen, and David Light, they were together now, Hebrews. And they were at this crash pad on Oak Street. And I went there to where they're supposed to be, and there was nobody there but this landlord, and he was cleaning up and all that. And he said, da-da-da, they left. I don't know where they are. I don't even know who these people are. Da-da-ba-dee, you know, the usual thing. And then he goes, and over there, as I was about to leave, something fell over and went. And I said, what's that? And he said, oh, that's somebody left this here instrument. And it's like, it was a 2-string thing with a bow. He said, you can have it and want them, I'll throw it in the trash. I said, well, I'll just take it with me, how's that? And he said, okay, but it had a bow, and I said, this is way too formal. So I gave that away. I walked down the street about a block, and I'm going boom, boom, and this guy walked up to me, and he said, ah, you have a Lao Tzu. And I said, no, I reckon I got me a plunker. And so, but since then, I've heard many things that in almost every country on the planet, this is a drone. It is the woman instrument. Like the drum is the male and the flute is the child. It started in the caves with the weavings from the women. When they made the weavings, they tightened. This is one of the most ancient sounds ever heard by humankind. This is the women pulling on the weavings to make the baskets in the night. And then finally, they became bows and arrows, and then, of course, they use them for war and all of that. So I started walking with this thing, and I'm still searching for where I'm going to go. I wound up, finally, in July 1969. I'm in Taos, New Mexico, and I'm hitchhiking out of Taos. I'm following this little trail of light. By now, I'm speaking mostly in rhymes all the time. Just kind of happens, you know, I just kind of hang on the road. Next thing you know, I'll be standing there, and here I am again, and you can feel it begin, etc. I can do that for all the time. But I just kind of did that, and I had my hair kind of shaved as a Krishna, one little knot, little top knot. And of course, I met Pradipad, who was the doodle of the Krishnas when I had my plunker, and I met him in the park one day, and I walked up to him and he goes, Narada Mudi! And I go, oh, what's that? He said, oh, this hunter of souls for Krishna, bring your sacred veena to the temple. So I went and took it to the temple. They used it in a play about Narada Mudi, the hunter who gets his bow taken away, and he's given the sacred veena to gather souls for Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Bo. Saprodopod, what a character. We put him in the Rainbow Oracle. So anyway, I'm like, still traveling, following a little trail light. It would be like this. I'd come up to a place and it'd say like a road sign. And it'd be like, the name of the road would be The Way. You ever done that, right? And you're like, what the hell is this? And you go, yes, I'll go that way. And so I go that way. And finally, I got to Taos, and I get out of Taos, and I'm hitchhiking, and up comes this VW van. And in it is this old Dene Navajo, and his daughter, and his son-in-law. And then they put me in there, and we start riding up Taos, and about every 15 miles, this old fella is sitting in the passenger, he goes like this, peyote. And it took me a while to figure out what he was saying. But it didn't take me long to figure out why they picked me up to take me for the ride. Because the gal, she'd across from me, she'd like lift a little curtain, she'd take out a gallon jar of these beautiful, 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 which I know now is big buttons, green buttons, in this jar. And she handed it to me, and she'd go like that, right? They didn't really talk a lot to me. They just kind of pointed, so I learned my job was to go up there and give it to that old man sitting in the front, right? And he'd set it down, he'd open that jar up, and he'd go, he'd set it back down, he'd set it up, and he'd kind of shudder a little bit. I'm like, what the heck is that? And then he'd sit there for a while, and he'd open it up again, take another drip, do the same thing, and then he just got to look back, and I'd go up there, and I'd take it back, and she'd put it on the thing, put the curtain back down, and then we'd drive about another 10 or 15 miles, and he'd do it again. And we did that all the way to Ignacio, Colorado, to where the Ute Sundance. And then they let me out, and they took that wagon over there, and they went out, and they got all these, like there was it was full of gallon jars, full of beautiful green buttons and water. And then I'm walking around, and up comes this young Indian kid, young guy, and he goes, we don't want no hippies here. And I said, all right, I'll leave, in respect, no problem. So me and all the rest of the hippies, there's about 20 of us, they all get catch a ride with these folks, and we start leaving. We're driving down the road, and we're driving very fast down. We're trying to get away, but we're kind of like, all we see is a truck coming behind us really fast, roars up in front of us, and pulls in front of the road. He gets out. It's the Ute chief. He says, I sponsored this Sundance. You're welcome on my land. You're welcome to the Sundance. And please come with me. And we went back to his land, and he camped. And on July 1st, 1969, I went into the Sundance for the first time, and there was a white man that pierced for the first time ever. And I was sitting there. I knew when the dates of the gathering were to be, July 1st to the 4th, for a lot of reasons. One, because of the Sundance, and two, because my family celebrated Independence Day every year, and that's when we gathered. So it became a natural vibe. So then I left there, hitchhiked into San Francisco. I'm standing in Golden Gate Park by the Conservatory of Flowers, and my thumbs are like this, and I have no idea where the hell I'm going to go, and I'm just like looking for that bit of light, and then up drives Phil and Muggsy, and there's these people who are at the Sundance, and they said, we're going to the Valley of Big Sur, and we're reading the book, i.e. the Bible, and there's about 60 people, and please come. And I said, well, I ain't got no other. So down I went, boom. And I walked down this trail, and I come to this guy, and I met this guy, and he's digging this big hole, 12 by 12 by 12. And he's a Vietnam guy. And I described my dream while we're digging this hole, which we dug together and filled it all full of trash and disappeared it. It took us 3 days. While I'm doing that, I told him about my dreams. About the two valleys that came to one, and the two rivers that came to one, and this land. I was looking for that. And for this other thing, this giant thing where there's all these people together and all that. And he said, well, I'm not much into all of those people, all those things, but I'm into this home place you're looking for. And so me and 4 other people got in a rig, and we went all the way up, drove out of Big Sur, went up in Canada. We came back down into Washington State, and we came over the mountains into the Skagit Valley in August 1969, August 21st. And we rolled down the valley. We stopped at this one place, and it was the middle of the night, and we stopped to get coffee. Our people already had dreams about finding this place. My brother Randy, his other brother named Jeff. Up come this young woman who actually had twin daughters, and had lived in this particular white house with a white picket fence and all this that my brother Randy had a dream about. And she said, oh, I know where that place is. And after 3 weeks of hard searching, we went back up there in a place called the Skagit Valley. We crossed one river. We got out, we were standing around there, and there we saw a triangle of lights. And there was an aura, and it pointed towards across the river. And the next day we went into town, went to a real estate agent. He said, well, over the Jordan River, actually it's the Clark Road, but it's over the Jordan over there, there's a place. We went over there, we drove down this road, and as we were driving down this road, all 5 of us at exactly the same moment said, oh my God, we've been here before. And we go, whoa. And so we drove up this, got out, 10 acres land, cabin. We stood in a circle. We opened the door for all of humankind, now and forevermore. So we started the home, the family of 3 lights. And we became called the Marble Mount Commune. Pretty soon, hundreds of people showed up by accident. And then one day, the folks, I met this feller from Montana, his name was Chuck, and he told me he's up there fishing, and a couple of days later, or about a week or so later, there's all these people came up. There's like a different 100 every day, okay? And I go, and they're like my old partner named Harold Williams with me for many, many years, and a brother named Rob Roy still around. Brother Mike Pizer, Mike Bear, he was the one actually in Colorado in 1972, pointed up the mountain and said, see, there's the white buffalo on the mountain. You know, and he spoke a rainbow tongue. He said, the Navajo have sent me this message. Rock and roll. No matter who you are, you know. Let's get on up the road, kind of thing, you know. It's rainbow tongue. And he rode with me for years. He was Hebrew and a wild boy and a veteran. Chuck is a veteran. Harold's a veteran. So we're up there. And so the people on the land, there's about 60 people on the land. And there's this other 100 people there on the land who just arrived kind of for the day out of the city. And they said, why don't we want you to come here and sit down with us? So we went in the backyard. We sat down in a circle. We held hands, crossed our legs, sat down. There was about 30 guys and 1 woman, which wasn't unusual in those days. And we all sat down like that. And then we're like, rah, 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 how are we going to do this? And then this gal, his name is Julie, she picks up a little leaf. And she says, how about whoever holds the leaf, we respect the person and try to listen to the person that holds the leaf. And we're all like, rah, 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 rah. And so, okay. So then she started around. It went all around that circle. Blah, 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 blah. When it got done, hours and hours and hours and later, everybody came into the consensus of the time. And after all of that, they all came to the consensus that I should leave the land and take my brother Harold and all these extra people and leave the land. And after hours and hours and hours, I didn't block. And so that was the first consensus, really. And so we got up and we packed up. We went up the river. I pulled into this place where my partner Chuck, it was this guy I just met who was up from Seattle. He was a biker out of Seattle. And I go, he's at a little place there, and I say, hey, well, you did say stop up and say howdy sometime. And he looked up, and there's just people getting out of rigs and vans and coming up to the fire. And he goes, coffee's on. And so we started, we were called the Outlaws from Marble Mount, the Marble Mount Riders. And then we rode over the mountain after a few months, and we met Garrick. I talked to him at Toad Hall. And I started running out this rap about this thing, this gathering thing, and he goes, let's do it. And it was like, yeah, all right, really, affirmation. And I'm like, so we're in that book called Another Roadside Attraction. There's a rap about us being up there and being weird. And there's a guy named Tom Brown. He hung out with us. He come up the mountains. We didn't know who he was. He wore cowboy boots and out of Portland. He rode with us, and his name was Tom. He never did tell us who he really was. And he came and he did all this, and he wrote a book, called Another Roadside Attraction or something. Tom Robbins, that's his name. Anyway, so he was with us. But where I really met Garrick, you see, was at the first Eugene Renaissance Fair, where my friends, Rod and Robert and Ulrich, went down to California. They came back up to Eugene, and they said, hey, we were down at the California thing called the California Renaissance Fair. We'd like to do one up here. And I said, oh, okay, well, I'll help you out. I'll be your janitor, you know. And I did. So I went out there, and it was on the side of a hill, 50 cents donation to get in. And, you know, people showed up. And the Temple Tribe from Portland showed up with a Punch and Judy show. Absolutely true. You can look it up on the Oregon Country Fair site, and you see a little touch of it and pictures and blah, blah, blah. And there's Garrick as Punch and Judy. And he's... And so what I did with me, he asked me, because I had my a little storytelling deal, and and he said, would you folks keep the kids kind of going until I get prepared? So me and this other gal were standing. The kids were like lions. They were like, where's the show? And we're like, back. And then Garrick did his Punch and Judy show. So that's where I really first met him. And so I met him again. I was like, okay, I run all this stuff out. He says, let's do it. And then about a little while later, boom, up in the mountains, he comes out of Portland, and he brings a bunch of good food, spaghetti, other things to eat, and a rap about Vortex. And we go, okay. And so we go down, we do this light gathering in August. The light gathering in August was really Dave and Ellen Light and this whole family, and I had a whole family, about 60 or 100 people who lived in the mountains all over the forest and west. We were called the Light family. It was like people out of New York and places. We were just wild people. So they had a little gathering to bring us all together again. We went up there, like a long walk in, and we sat at the foot of Cleric. That's where I met Indian Bob Reynolds from Woodstock, New York. And that's how I came to Woodstock, right? And he was there. And there was people like Buddhists and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, we all planned. We went to Vortex. We went into the rainbow teepees. As they had little rainbows on the teepees. That's why we call them rainbow teepees. The OD teepees were the real rainbow teepees. But we had the Rainbow Information Center. And so we finally got to this place where we were going to, came about the end of the scene, you see, and we were going to try and put out a press statement about something, which was to try and have people kind of kick back, because we were down in Vortex and we were doing the cleanup and people were giving us shit and all this. And so then, for me, and there's lots of people that have a way of where the origin of all the vibes was is this, but there was like all these thousands of people. Some people will say one size or another, but I say 75,000. And we fed them all. And we were all on board. It was all for free for peace. It was a peace festival. War, anti-war, we said, let's go peace. So we did this Peace Rock Festival, the Biodegradable Festival of Life. We made, at the teepees, took 2 telephone poles and we made this giant God's eye with yarn, right? Until we put it on ropes. And on that Sunday, we walked over to the edge of the crowd, and there's just a huge crowd. And you know, people say the local band was playing, but I don't know, man. For me, there was these cats, and they were playing Santana, and they were playing Black Magic Woman, and we like raised the God's Eye, and the crowd just parted like that, and we took it down the stage, and we leaned up back against the stage, and then me and my old partner Harold got up there, and we started to say the point of light prayer, which is from the point of light from within the mind of God, let light stream forth in the minds of all brothers and sisters, let light return on the earth. And we did all of that entire prayer, which I changed and put in the Rainbow Oracle here. And as we started into this prayer, the first row of people stood up. You want to stand up for a second? They did like this. They held hands and they stood up like this. The first row, like this, all across in front of us. They started chanting love and peace, and all the way back to the horizon. The people, 75,000 people rose and went, love, peace, love, peace. All the way till the sun went down, and we went, whoa, we floated off of that. And we looked out there and we said, whoa, we should honor all these people. all these multicolored thousands of people. So we said, whoa, we are the cleanup crew. We'll fly the rainbow. And so we became the rainbow, the cleanup crew out of Vortex. And there we're in the middle of the cleanup, and all of a sudden we hear threats from everybody. So we've issued this statement like the last day of Vortex. It goes, from Rainbow, amalgamated families, children, devotees of God on earth, family of all people, race, tribe of humankind, the Vortex Nation, the Magi gift of the Magi Nation, Creation Nation, to all brothers and sisters, family, the twin forces of darkness and destruction and their related sons and daughters have done much to try to destroy this festival gathering of life. We have all had to make many sacrifices, both material and otherwise, in order to consecrate this ground as Holy Land. Whatever the twin forces of darkness and destruction have done, it has not been enough to stop this growth of love here. Thank you all for letting it be. Rainbow Information Center, Vortex I, September 1970. Woo! Okay, now, so after Vortex, the cleanup crew out of Vortex, Rainbow, cleanup crew from Sky River Festival, and the People Army Jamboree that did the anti-war protest in Portland. We all met in Eugene. I had some friends, Bill and Sidney Woon. They asked me if I would help. They took me out to some land. They said they had me go out and meet a farmer out there in a place called Veneta, and they asked me if I would do something about this land that they got for another Renaissance fair. So I walked out there, met the farmer. He stood there and he went, "It's a swamp." And I said, "Yep, it is." And so we went in, and I found a nice, beautiful, dry parking lots. And then we went down in, and my old partner Harold and me, and we gathered up all the street rats, all the street people, and we took them out and created the Rainbow Church. You know, you see it on the Oregon Country Fair site. You'll see a picture of a cross on this old building right where the main stage is. We carved an infinity sign, so you'd always come back to yourself, right, to the stage. We parked by the stage. And then the way we actually did it is like this. We had street people who could barely walk. And so we had this swamp. And so what we did, we just had them walk and push down the grass, you know. They just kind of walk. We go, "Come on, you know, let's walk." And we walk for a while. Then they'd come with some brambles and shit. And then we'd say, "Okay." And they'd all sit down. And then we cut out the brambles. "Okay." So that's how we carved the infinity sign for the Oregon Country Fair, as it's called now. And then we found little places, bushes, and we carved out places that people could hang candles, and we made beautiful things. So we did that. And then July 1st, July 3rd, 1971, I was in Chico, California, and I was traveling through the Feather River, and I stopped by the river, and I'm sitting there, and I got out this paper, and I wrote this invitation, sort of, and we cleaned it up and put it together, and I sent it to Garrick, and he put it in the most beautiful calligraphy. And basically, I wrote this like that. Already we had several branches of Rainbow. Rainbow Farm, Rainbows in the Streets. A brother named Patterson was calling himself Rainbow Family of the Bible and the Living Christ and all that kind of knick and knack. So anyway, so I wrote this, and it goes, on July 1st, 1972, near Aspen, Colorado, hopefully on 3,000 acres of land set up for the purpose, there is going to be a gathering for all people, worldwide, and the invitation reads, we, who are brothers and sisters, children of God and of the Goddess, obviously now, families of life on earth, friends of nature and of all people, children of humankind. Does that describe any of you?
Yeah.
Okay, calling ourselves the Rainbow Family Tribe, we humbly invite all races, peoples, tribes, communes, men, women, children, individuals out of love, all nations and national leaders out of respect, all religions and religious leaders out of faith, and all politicians out of charity. And years later we added all revolutionaries in solidarity to join with us in gathering together for the purpose of expressing our sincere desire that there shall be peace on earth, harmony among all people. This gathering to take place beginning July 1st, 1972, near Aspen, Colorado, or between Aspen and the Hopi and Navajo lands, on 3,000 acres of land that we hope to purchase or acquire for this gathering, and to hold open worship, prayer, chanting, whatever is the want or desire of the people, for 3 days. But upon the 4th day of July at noon, to ask that there be a meditative, contemplated silence, wherein we, the invited people of the world, may consider and give honor and respect anyone or anything that has aided in the positive evolution of humankind and nature upon this, our most beloved and beautiful world. Asking blessing upon we people of this world, and hope that we people can effectively proceed to evolve, expand, and live in harmony and peace. Amen. Now, see, when I run into my old partner Harold, when I run into Garrick, when I run into my biker buddy Chuck, all these people we met, street rats, veterans, amazing people. Nobodies. But every single one of them had a little bit of the vision in them. They had a little bit of light. They had a little something. So, when we come together, we put all that together in a collective vision. You know, I might have mentioned this before, but, you know, one of the reasons we're doing this thing here, to try and get some of these origin stories down, is because, right, well, some of us are maybe heading off to the skies or other places. But there is also this, you see. I know at least 4 separate, beautiful origin stories, completely unlike my experience. And I know that almost every single person, I've sat on hipsteries and I've heard people speak, and we all have a vibe. And years ago, Garrick, who has written a book, which I haven't read all of it, haven't seen it printed, but damn sure should be published, and my brother Garrick, and he's awesome, and he started sending me chapters, and it was like, did this happen? And I wrote back, he's like, yeah, this is how I wrote it. I wrote back, no, I was stronger, taller, more beautiful, gentler, sweeter, nicer. Oh my God, how could you turn me into this person? I'm just normal. Oh no. But anyway, no, but I sent back this vibe, which I say to all of you, and which I say about this vibe. Every single one of a person has their own little piece and fragment of the story. When we put all our fragments together, we form a crystal. That crystal itself refracts light in all the multicolors. Okay, this is all of our origin. We should gather all the origin stories together, put them in a place where everybody can read them, and you can pick your own version. You know, oh, I like that one a lot. You know, when you put them all together, you know what they are, right? They're origin, all original. And wow. Anyway, so to me, you see, hippie is a lot of things, but to me, a hippie is a humanly interested person with a friendly eye. Yeah, hip eye. Because in our hearts, we are humanly interested people. And we do have friendly eyes. We can see the light in each other's eyes all over the world. So that's why, I call myself, and I write, I'm a hip eye. I'm a Jesus Taoist. I walk the way, the Tao. So, yeah. Yes. Yes.
Intelligent people pursuing infinite enlightenment.
Right on.
Does it sound right to you?
So, Garrick described us going to the Hopi a little bit, which I won't get into so much, but we did circles at Old Arriby. Oh, I should mention this little part, because it's very important for the sort of a balance. I went to the Hopi after I really saw this little booklet about warriors of the rainbow. And then there's two things I heard about the Hopi. One, they were into rainbows, and two, they talked to ants. And since I talked to ants when I was a kid and had this whole experience of like relating to things that were alive, I went to them. I hitchhiked down there. I hitchhiked into above Flagstaff, and I got on the road, and I got picked up by this French guy named Pierre. And I said, well, you know, I'm on my way to find these people called the Hopi. And he said, well, my brother is named Jacques, and he lives with the Navajo, the Dene. You should go to there. So I went to his house, just south of Tuba City. And Jacques is married to a Dene woman, Navajo woman named Ella. And he told me, and at one point, when we were on our way to Hopi, we went in, Garrick and all of us, I took Garrick and a bunch and met Jacques. What an awesome guy. Started arts and crafts. He was kind of like Albert Schweitzer or somebody. He just like kicked in to help people out. But anyway, so he told me, he said, well, of all the Hopi people that might even listen to you, there's this fella, his name is David Malongalongi, right? Which, you know, that's the way I pronounce it, right? He was like, and I said, well, where's he at? And he said, Holtvilla. And so I hitchhiked over to Holtvilla. I had pretty much exactly the same. No, they're not exactly the exact clothes, but pretty close. Anyway, so I went to Holtvilla, and I walked in, and I got out, and I walked up. It's a village, you know, it's like all flat houses and all that kind of thing. And it was really hot in the afternoon. There's these three kids there, and one was riding a bike around, and I said, I'm looking for this feller. It might be called David Mong, and you know, they go, oh, little youngin on the bike says, you must be grandfather David. And I said, well, sure, why not? And they said, just go down there. So I'm walking down in the Holtvilla, which is like it's cobblestone. You're walking down into this place, and I'm like, how am I going to find out a soul? And nobody's moving, right? It's a hot afternoon. And I'm like, how am I going to find these people? And then I look up, and here's this here full-grown eagle, and goes whop, 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 whop. And it lands on top of this house in this nest where there's another full-grown eagle. And I go, whoa, this might be the house. So I knock on the door, and David's wife opened the door, and she says, yes. And I said, well, I'm trying to find this here fella, David Moen, but he might be called Grandfather David. And she said, a moment. And she closed the door, and then she opened the door and said, come in. And he went in and sat down, and there's David, and he's like about, I don't know, he still could see, he had eyes, he had glasses, and we sat down there and were eating food and some kind of corn and bean stuff, and I started telling him what I'd done, all the stuff I kind of telling you. I just kind of run some of that blah, 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 out about all these dreams and all that, and I said, well, I don't know whether I'm supposed to meet you folks or not, but I'm kind of here, and howdy. And he goes, he started talking to me. He said, talk about the Hopi. He started telling me about how they need to go to the United Nations, and they need to go soon. And he had that it's a really dark times and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, whoa, this is very powerful stuff. This guy's rolling out to me. And then he goes, and I've been there. And I said, well, how'd you get there? And he says, I flew there in a flying saucer. And I said, well, don't you mean an airplane, David? And he said, no, I've never been in an airplane. And then he said he flew over to New York, that he'd seen the United Nations building, and he described from the air exactly the lawns, the glass buildings, you know, I mean, the whole thing. He got laid. I had to go to New York and look. Oh my God! Look at this guy. He was like, how the hell, you know? Psst. So anyway, I left there. I came back after I wrote the invitation. We put it on our backs. I took a blue bus out of Eugene. I rolled across the country, came down to San Francisco. I met this guy down in San Francisco at a warehouse in south of the Mission. A really straight-looking cat. His name was Dennis Perrone. I gave him an invitation. He brought the gay village, now known as Ferry Camp, to the first gathering, and he turned out an awesome guy. We rolled out. I wound up at the Haute Villa on Christmas Eve, 1971, and I knock on David's. About to knock on David's door. His wife opens the door, and she says, "Oh yes." And out of the dark runs this young teenage boy, and he runs up to me and he says, "Howdy." He says, "Hello." He says, "Come with me." And he just turns and he takes us and runs us off to the dark, and he takes me to this kiva. We go on the kiva, there's all these old men sitting. And they're like all spinning wool. Right there. I learned how to spin wool watching these characters, right? And these little wheels, and they all got wool and they're spinning. And I go, and there's David. So I go over there and I have Phil Coyote. He was 11 at the time. And he's a runaway, but he was with me anyway. And I go, I kneel down and I said, tell David, I said, well, I'm here. I got about 23 people there and on a bus. And I noticed it might seem like an odd time to come because, but you reckon I could just speak to some of you right now? And he goes, he sits there like that for a long time spinning wool. And then across the way, Hopi stands up. And he speaks for a long time in Hopi. And he talks all about all the times that they'd ever met people. How strange some of those times had been. And he went through a whole long rap about all in Hopi. I didn't understand a word, but I knew what he was saying, you might say. And then he sat down. And then David leaned over and he said, "Oh yes, you can come." And they had a bunch of young boys in there too. And I said, well, David, one other thing. In our people, our brothers and sisters, we ride together. And we ride as equals. I happen to have a woman on the bus with me. And could she come here? And this is the old man's kiva. This is the men's kiva. Where they teach the young boys. And they sat there, and David just kind of sat there for a minute, and he goes, "Yes, she can come." I mean, he didn't speak to anybody else, and I'm whispering, right? So I go back up, I go back to the bus. I talked to Doc and Byron and all these, and I had a guy who was in and out, who was on the run. I had a drafted guy who was AWOL from the Army with me. I had a whole crew with me, right? And I go, this young gal, well, she just turned 18 3 days before that. I picked her and her partner up hitchhiking, and she'd never even seen people like me before. And she was on our bus, and I said, I'll call her Jane. I said, "Jane, I got to say this. I would appreciate it, Matt, that you would come, and I just want you to go down into a dark hole in the ground where there's only men and boys. It's dimly lit. I'd like you to be there and actually, because I'd like you to sort of, as we call it now, represent, for all the women and sisters of the rainbow for all time. No pressure. And if you really want to speak, you can. But please, unless you really feel the need to speak." And she goes, this girl's only 18-year-old. She just graduated from high school 3 days before. She's the first day she's ever been on the road. And she goes, "I'll come, but I don't want to speak." And so we went over a little parade. We went down into the kiva. And Thomas Binyaka, who was the interpreter of the Hopi, came and he brought a big tape recorder. He brought an old guy out who had sky eyes. You looked in his eyes and you saw the sky. You didn't see blue, you saw the sky. And he sat across from me and I spoke like I do, and he spoke in Hopi. And my message to him was this: I don't know if we're the people you're looking for, but we're back on the earth anyway. I know you're kind of looking for a true white brother, but actually we're kind of like the true rainbow people. And we're, don't look like the kind of people you really want to be the folks that you're looking for. But here we are anyway. And if you ever need me, or they need our people, just call. And I'll come. And that was pretty much all I said to them. And they spoke to me a long time about, we ain't sure what the hell you are, but, whoa, and we recorded on this big tape. And then I asked if you would, I'd appreciate if we could do a circle in Old Arriby, which is their center of their world, you might say. And they said, yes, you can. So I took our people and went down into Old Arriby and went to the very center of it and held hands in a circle on Christmas Eve evening, 1971. And when I went out there with Garrick and all of us, we got to Arriby and we looked. They said, that's not our stone. I asked the same thing again, and they said yes. And we went down and we held hands in the center of Arriby, the old Arriby, and prayed for the Hopi people and prayed for them to be heard.
Barry, he's got about 5 minutes left on his video. Can we do something with Story and then you can continue on?
No. Story, are you still here? Yeah. We should do this. We should do this thing with...
What I had in mind is, the elders always gave me a way to begin a thing and a way to end it. I didn't begin this because it wasn't my thing to begin, but I feel like to honor my own elders, I would like to end it in our traditional way that the elders taught me. And it's a Thanksgiving. We give thanks at the beginning of our coming together, and we give thanks at the end of our coming together. In order to do that, I would like to ask you to come in close and hold hands.
Oh.
Circle that way.
Circle.
We could circle.
That's it. If you ever want to know how to make a circle, tell everybody to hold hands. When they're all hooked up, then they're a circle, however lopsided it might look. Okay.
Yes. You're all my peeps.
Just look around at each other for a minute and thank everybody for coming. Thank you all.
Jack, you folks gonna get in this? We like people in circles.
Come on
Yeah,
in.
everybody.
We got room.
The more dizzy people, the better.
That's it.
Come on, we got 3 minutes
Connect
left
up.
of the film.
We got 3 minutes.
All right, I can do this in 3 minutes. Okay.
Here we go.
The first thing we do is we greet our mother. We all have the same mother, and we're totally devoted to her. She's been feeding us all our lives. She gives us some medicine. Everything we need comes from Mother Earth. And we want to remember how beautiful she is because she heals us just with her beauty. Let us put our hearts together just for a moment and send our thanks to Mother Earth. Ho.
Thanks.
Ho. Ho. I say ho, you say ho if you agree. Okay.
Oh.
And then we want to greet the rest of our family of Mother Earth. Mother Earth's family, what Edward O. Wilson would call the biosphere. All the living things, the plants, the animals, the fish in the sea, whatever is alive anywhere. And that includes our two-legged cousins around the world and all their shapes and colors and cultures and languages and stories and everything. That's all our family. It's a rich, wonderful family. We get many gifts from all of them, and we learn from them all the time. And we feel good when we get close to them, to each other, to the animals, to the plants. So let's put our hearts together for a moment and send our thanks to all our relatives all over the earth. Ho!
Ho! Ho!
Then we send our thoughts out beyond the earth, and suddenly we get a little humility as we recall it's a very tiny little speck of dust in this universe. You don't notice it when you get a few thousand miles away. It's God. All this life we're so important to us here, bristling around, but there's just a little tiny thing way there. But you know, everything else is family. We call the moon our grandmother. We call the sun our grandfather. And all the other beings out there are contributing. They're following their instructions as they were set out, as we all set out on this journey together 13.7 billion years ago. Every bit of energy in our body now started together. They're all. So we're very grateful for all those relatives following their instructions tonight, so everything is well. It is a wonderful moment. Let's put our hearts together again and send our thanks to all those distant relatives in the great circle of the universe. Ho! 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 Now, when we thought of everything we know, there's more. Because there's so much more that we don't know. And the really important things that we don't know, like, where did it come from? What made it? Why? You know, those deep questions. And what are we doing here? What's our responsibility to all this? Those are the deep questions we all have to work out our own answers to. Every culture works out different answers. They all have different stories and different names. Yahweh, Jah, or whatever, you know. And they're great stories. It's great to read. They all have some interesting inspiration in them, but what's the truth? Oh, it's far beyond all that. Far beyond all that. But there's one thing we don't know in all our, one thing we do know in all this ignorance. We know we're here. Right now, we are here.
Right here.
And even more important, because the grass is here, but it doesn't know it's here. We know we're here. And we can communicate with each other, because that's what made us human in the first place. We can share our dreams and our plans and our thoughts, and we can help each other and work to make it all work better together in ways that, unfortunately, civilization has lost. But we hold on to it still, and we can share it here in the rainbow, what we can do together. So I think we know where we have to put our thanks now. We can, it's in all of us, every moment. And it's good to take this time every time to put our hearts and minds together and send our thanks to the great mystery. Ho.
Ho.
Ho. Ho.